Hello. Hi, Kit. Hi, chat. Oh God, I'm doing more sudokuvania today. We took last week off because Silksong came out, right? And in that 2-week phase, at some point, I guess, I accidentally left the tab unpaused for 100 minutes. I can't imagine when or how, but it happened. I guess. That's fine, you know. We're just gonna have to cross-reference when we finish this and, like, remove any time that didn't happen on stream to get the actual final time, you know? But still. Back to it. Where the fuck were we? Right! We just unlocked all these scry peepers across the place, and we were supposed to eventually head back into the library. What else? We did this shit. We were working on this grid. So this has to be a 1. This has to be a 2. Right? Already back to hmming and high. Like, it's been a minute, you know? One, two, three, four. Okay. It has been a hot minute. You know? Now we know that 1 can't go in here, 1 has to go in here. This should still be correct. It is. Cool. These have to be 5, 7, 9. Do we know anything else? And what did we get? Oh, okay. We got a new rule last stream, but I'm not gonna check it out until I know I've cleared as much of this as I can. 2, 3, 3, 4. 2s have to go in here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No matter what, this ends up being the 9. Let's see something real quick. It was either this is 6 and 7. No, if this is 6, this has to be a 3. Because of the Scry Peeper rule. If this was 6, this has to be 3. Otherwise, either of them can still be 7. But, hold on. I think I may have eliminated something. Because I'm pretty sure 3 always has to go in here no matter what, right? Because if this is 6 and this is 7, then that makes the Scry Peeper 7. So neither of these can ever be a 3, right? So that's something. That means 3 always goes in here and always goes in here. Can we do anything else like that? Oh boy. I also know that 5 always goes in here, but that's not particularly helpful. Five, 7. This is all knotted still. 6, 7, 8. I feel like I shouldn't have taken that week off of this, right? Because I feel like I'm taking way too long to get back into it, you know? Forced 3 into here and out of here. This is either going to be 3, 6, 7, and this is going to be whatever's left in a triple. We know that 5 and 9 go in here. We don't know what the third digit that goes in here is, though. I wonder if we could possibly do some fuck shit with a Fistomephel ring at some point. I would like to investigate that just for fun, honestly. So we know that the outside squares have a 5, 6, 8, 9, 6. Wait, hold on. We know that they have a 5, a 6, an 8, a 9, another 6, 7, and an 8, a 3, a 1, and another 8, as well as a possible 2, 3, 6, and 7. 2, 3, 6, 7, and a 1, 3, 4, 6. So that's only 2 digits that we're uncertain about in here, right? So of the 2 remaining digits, right, it's either going to be a 2, 3, 6, or 7. So if we can do something similar with the inner ring, that would be insanely helpful. So let's see. 7, 6, 3, 8, 4. Always has a 1, 8. A 6. In this row, 5 is always going to be in one of these 3 cells. So is 9. So is at least one more 3, meaning that this cell is not a 3. Because in the outer ring, in the outer cells, right? Well, hold on. There could be another 3. That's another one of the possibilities for this cell. So if this is a 3, this has to be a 3. Okay. We know there's a 3 here, though. 8s. There's 2 8s already checked. And an additional 8. Okay. We know there's already 2 3s. And there's a 2 mark. Meaning that the outer cells do need to have a 2, which we already should have known. One of the 2 remaining outer cells has to be a 2. Right? Because 2 has to go in here. So I'm just going to highlight these again. So it's 2 and some other number, a 3, 6, or a 7. Right? We only have one... No, we have 2 1s marked on the inside. Okay. We have our 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. We need a third 6. Right? We need a third 6 on the ring no matter what. Okay? Because this has a 6 in it, no matter what. This has a 6 in it, no matter what. This is a 6. Right? And then in the ring, we already have 2 6s. And then only one place for a third 6, meaning this can never be a 6. So what next? What can we do next with this? Anything else? We have our 6 pinned down at least. So now there has to be a 3, 6, or a 7 somewhere within the ring. But only one of those. The 5 is in one of these 3 places. We've got that pinned down. We've got the 9 pinned down. We've got the 3 sort of pinned down. We know it's in one of 3 positions at least. Right. We know the 6 is in one of 2 positions. I mean, it's at least been fun that we were able to get rid of some digits using a Fistamafal ring. It's rare that we actually get to use this. So I'm happy enough about that, you know? But I feel like there's more that I'm not seeing. There has to be at least 2 1s. We've got those. At least 1 2. No, only 1 2. There can never be a second 2 in here. Okay. 2 3s with a possibility of a... Hold on. Is there a possibility of a third? Yeah, with a possibility of a third. Okay. The remaining could be a 3, a 6, or a 7. Which tracks with this little bit here, too. This could either be a 2, 3, or a 2, and then a 6 and 7. But either way, there's never going to be a 2 here, meaning this is a 5-9 pair, right? Which makes this a 2, necessarily. So the Fist of the Fell Ring did help. You know? It's definitely not what we're supposed to be doing. But it is a fun bit of logic. You know? What next? What can we get next? Well, hold on. That didn't do anything for the ring. Alright, anything else? The 5-9 pair. 5-7-9. No. 5-9, 5-6-9. No. I don't think that does anything else to the ring. Unfortunately. I wish that it did, because I love Fist of the Fell rings very much. You know? They're just a really fun bit of logic. However, again, I know we're supposed to move on to, the other bullshit, you know? If we know that there needs to be a 9 in one of these cells, a 5 in one of these 3 cells, a 3 in one of these 2 cells. That's the 5, 9, and 3. Then the issue is that we don't know whether or not there's another... Hi, Cassidy! We don't know whether or not there's another 6, 7, or 3. So this cell really kind of cracks the entire puzzle, if we're ever able to get it solved. Cassidy, how are you doing today? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then either 7 goes here, or a 6 or 7 goes here. Either a 7 goes here, and then a 4 or 6 goes here, or a 6 or 7 goes here, and then 2 or 4 goes here. That doesn't really do anything for us. Oh. It's fine, I guess. Alright, let's see though. The codex cell indicates the column in its row, which contains a digit matching the codex's column. A codex cell contains a digit matching the column X, where the digit N is found in that row. For example, a book in row 3, column 5, containing 7, row 3, column 5, containing a 7, indicates that row 3, column 7, to 5. Okay. Contains a digit matching the column where n is the digit found in that row. Okay. I forget exactly how this logic works, I just remember it's a pain in the ass. How do we get this started? How do we get this started? So for instance, if this was 3, this would have to be 2. Right? If this was 1, this would have to be 2. If this was 2, it would see itself and that would be fine. So we know that this can't be 3, right? Because that would put the 2 here, which is in the same 3x3, that's illegal, basically, right? This can't be a 4, obviously. If this was a 5, it would place a 2 here, so that's fine. If this was a 6, it could be a 6, it could be a 7, 8, or a 9. I guess it can't be a 7, actually, because of the same box. Okay, so 5, 6, 8... I need to draw the lines of this, otherwise I'm gonna get lost. Let's see. Okay. So what about this one? Well, it's the same deal, huh? Okay. This one, though, gives us 1 by necessity. This one is also 5, 6, 8, 9, right? Because 2 can only go in one of these, according to these books, right? But this one, right? This one already has a 2 here. So the question is, hey, what row, what column is 2 in? It's in the first column. Easy, simple, very chill logic. We know that neither of these will ever be 2, right? So this can no longer be a 5 or a 6. It has to be an 8 or a 9. Meaning that this has to be a 5 or a 6, and 2s can't go in here. This one has at least 3 unique digits, right? So it has to be a 6 or higher, right? If it's 6, right, then this one would have to be 5. And then these would both have to be 1, and this would have to be 2, and then we wouldn't be able to get 5 anymore. So this cannot be a 6. Let's see, anything else? This has to be a 7, 8, or a 9. Was there... Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's 3 unique digits, that's why. It's 3 unique digits. 3 unique digits have to add up to 6 or higher. Okay. Yay, dinner! I'm so glad you were able to procure a tasty dinner. Let's see. This can never be 1. Hold on. What about... Okay, just one thing at a time. 3 unique digits, add up to 9. Right? Means they could... 513 is possible, 612 is possible. 7 is not possible because it would have to be 711, so they can go up to a maximum of 6. Right. This one cannot be 1 or 2. If it's 6, they would have to be 1 and 2. So if this was 6, these would have to be 1 and 2. Hell yeah. Cassidy, I hope everything is okay, you know? But also... more Cassidy coins. Sounds great. I love not paying excess amounts of money for bullshit. Now hold up, though. Again, if this was 5, this would have to be 6, right? Then the best I could do for this... Hold on. If this was 5, this would have to be 6, right? Then this would have to be an 8 or a 9. It could no longer be a 7. But this is a little bit more interesting because this would have to be a 1-2 pair, right? This would have to be a 9, which would force this to be an 8, and this to be a 1 and a 3. This would have to be the 3. This would have to be the 1, and that is correct. Okay, LMAO. Well, I don't like stumbling into the solution like that. I just use way too much bifurcation. Well, it's not even bifurcation that I'm doing is the issue. I'm just trying to do note work, right? But because of the way this is set up, you can't, you know, temporarily place a number without it being like, oh no, this is a permanent number place. So 6 has to go in one of these. Right? No matter what. Right. Let's think. Three digits, 2 of them are unique, 1 of them doesn't necessarily have to be. It can't be 4, it can't be 3, 2 or 1 obviously, it has to be 5 or higher. But if it was 5, that would place a 6 into this cell, so it has to be 6 or higher anyways. Okay. Which does also, these do something interesting. Maybe. Not quite. Not quite interesting enough at the very least. Like, they push 5 and 6 into here, right? I should have already marked that this can't be a 5 or a 6. Which is my bad. We know that 5 and 6 have to go in here somewhere. Right, including this cell, otherwise we would just have a nice little triplet there. This cell can never be a 1 or a 2, right? 3, 4, 5, and 6, can't be a 7, 8, or a 9. Right? 3 would be 1 and 2. Okay. So, 3, 4, 5, 6. That also would put 3 or 4. That would put 5 and 6 into one of these two cells as well, I think? It was a bit of a pain. I remember enjoying the whole index rule once I wrapped my head around it, but again, it's been a hot minute. Also, Cassidy, basically just to catch you up on the new rule, number in book, right? See how this is 1, it's in the second column, so that says that in the first column of this row, this column, right, this is the second column, so you put a 2 there. This row, the index of this row, right? Like this cell, the 1 here says, hey, this is column 2. So in column 1 of this row, there's a 2. Yeah. Similarly, this, right? This box here says, hey, in columns 5 or 6 of this row, there's a 2. I just don't know, you know, which one yet. Now, I do know one thing, though, and that's that each of these has to be from a different set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. So that could prove to be interesting. Now, we already showed that the highest it can go is 6, right? Meaning that the only possible place for a, like, 1 or a 2 is going to be here. But that's assuming. That's assuming. This can never be a 1. Right? Because that would put a 6 here. It can be a 2. 6 can go here, here, here. Can really go anywhere else, though. So there is a 6 in here. And there's a 6 in here. Right? There's always going to be a 6 in one of these two spots, I believe? Right, yeah. Because these two can never be a 7, 8, or a 9. And this needs to have a 7, 8, or a 9 as well, because there needs... Okay. Okay. So this does finally make this a triplet of 2, 5, 6, where this one can't be the 2. Which pushes out 2, 5, and 6 from here. This one can never be a 4 anyways because of this 4. This one can never be a 1 because that would place a 5 there. Oh god, my brain already hurts. This is a 7, 8, 9 triple now, is the thing. Right? This 2, 5, 6 knocked a 2 out of here already, meaning this has to be a 1 or a 3. It cannot be a 1 because of this one here. It has to be a 3. This has to be a 1. That's how we were supposed to stumble into that. Oh my god. Cool. So we know 2's going here and here and in here. Okay. So what about these? Let's just mark down every digit first, right? Get rid of the obvious ones. Either of these can be a 7. They can't be a 2, 5, or a 6 either. What else do I know? Do I know anything else about these fucking specific squares? I would really like to be able to narrow this down a little bit further. If we know that 2 is here, right? If we know that one of these is 2, then we really only know that... Okay, yeah, no. Five and 6 can only go in here at the very least. Right? So that means whichever one it is, right? wherever 5 and 6 go, one of them will be eliminated, right? There's a bit of logic here that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. Like, if this is 3, this is 5, right? And then this could still be 6, right? Or it would be 4, and this would be 6, right? Similarly, if this was 4, we'd put 5 here. Then this would be either a 6 or a 3, and a 6 here, right? So there will always be either 1, 5, or 6 in here, right? And then whatever's left will be this. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this. I just feel like neither of these cells can be a 5 or a 6 is the gist of it. Right? Because, like, let's say this is a 5. This becomes a 6. This becomes a 2. Right? Is that all okay? This would become a 3 by necessity. Or then these become 4, 5, and 6 and push a 5 and 6 into here. I just don't know. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm struggling just a little bit. So these can never be 1 and 2. These can never be 5 and 6. This can never be 3, 4, or 7. I don't even know where Smimo is right now. I didn't... No. No, I did not lock them out. Oh, they're in their tube. Hi, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for scaring you, Smimi. Well, hold on. This Scry Peeper here. Right. The 2. I should probably be using this as well. 9 can never go here. 9 could go here if this digit was... 9 could go here if this digit was 8. 9 could go here if this digit was 7. 9 could go here if this digit was 6. 9 could go here if this digit was 5, but it can't be 5. Right? No, I'm doing this backwards again. I hate scribe peepers. If this was 8, then it could be, I don't know, 7, 6, whatever, and then... Wait, but hold on. 9 can never go here. 9 can never go in any of these 3. So 9 has to go in one of these 4, right? Nine has to go in one of these 4. To go down here, this digit would have to be a 6 or higher. To go down here, this digit would have to be a, what, 4 or higher? And it obviously can't be a 3. I don't think the scribe peeper is actually useful yet. I do think my brain hurts. Oh, come on. There's something I'm not getting here. I guess we know that 1 has to go in one of these cells as well. Do we know anything else, though? We know this pair, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 3-6 pair. Right? Does that give us anything, though? Because I don't think it does. But I don't know. And we haven't misplaced anything so far. I am really stumped at the moment. Hi, Aaron. How are you doing? How's it going? I'm so glad. My brain hurts. Hell yeah, I'm glad about both of those things. That sounds cool as hell. Is there ever a world in which this is a 4? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only if this is a 9. This can only be a 4 if this is a 9. Let's test that. Then this would be an 8. This would be a 2. This would be a 7. This would be a 5. And these would have to be a 2 and a 3, right? This 2 would force this to be a 6, and this to be a 5. This would have to be a 9, this would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 5, because of the 3 here as well. Then this would be reduced down to being a 1-3 pair. These would be down to being a 4-6 pair. Yeah, I just don't see an issue with this yet. Well, hold on. The issue is this. Okay. Let's go back and see when that devolves into that. If this is a 4, right, the minimum possible value that can be reached here is a 9. And that is via a 2 and a 3 here. Right? And then this cell becomes impossible, actually, because 1 plus 5 plus 4 is 10. So therefore, this cell can never be a 4. So that's something, at least. I just wish I could follow that logic through a little bit better, too. Like, okay. Let's say this is a 6. If this is a 6, the minimum possible value here, 7, 8, 9, 10, this can never be a 6. 6, 7, 8, 9, this can be a 6 still. Let's see. If this was a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that would theoretically work. Let's test it out a little. Well, hold on. Yeah, let's test it out a little bit more rigorously, though. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The minimum possible value, if this is a 5, would be making this a 9. But also, if this is a 5, it forces this to be a 6, right? Which forces this arrow to be impossible. Therefore, this could never be a 5. Therefore, this can never be a 6. Okay, we're making progress, you know. Now, can this ever be a 6? 7, 8, 9. This does reach the maximum again. If this is a 6, this has to be a 2, this has to be a 1, this has to be a 9. This 2 would force this to be a 6. this 6 would force this to be a 5. 5, 6. Then the lowest this could go would be 9 because of the 3 here. And this couldn't be a 9. Therefore, this can never be a 6 either. So therefore, the 6th cell can never be a 5. So now we know that 6 is in one of these 3. And we know that 5 is in one of these 4. But that alone doesn't actually do us anything. I guess the next question is, can this ever be a 6? Right? If this was a 6, this would be a 2. This would be forced to be a 9. Right? 1, and then 3, 4. This would have to be... One. This would have to be an 8, right? This would have to be a 1. These would have to be 3 and 4. Right. But that would force this to be impossible. Therefore, this can never be a 6. Alright. What next? Can this ever be a 5? 6, 7, 8, 9. And this would have to be an 8. And this would have to be a 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That does work so far. This would have to be a 6. This would have to be a 9. This would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 6. This would have to be a 5. Does that all check out? No, it does not. This rule breaks. This cell says that the 4th column has to have a 5. It does not, though. So therefore, this cell can never be a 5. Nope. This cell can never be a 5. Hi, Mimic from Dark Souls 3. I'm so glad that you remembered the Thinking Thursday stream. I wish that I forgot it. I feel like I'm pulling brain noodles out of my ears with chopsticks. Like, I guess I'm making progress, at least. This is a 2, 3, 4 triple. Meaning this has to be a 5. Cool. Meaning that these cannot be a 2, 3, or a 4. And now that we know that 6 have to go on... Sorry, Mimic. I'm going to very briefly explain the new rule that we've encountered. Let me know if you need any... Anyone let me know if you need any other rules explained, right? But the new rule we encountered is particularly hard to keep track of, right? It basically says, hey, look at a column... Like, the book, right? It basically says, look only at the column, first of all, right? That is... where all of the relevant information will be stored. Whatever number is in the book, right? This book is in column 2. So this number should tell you what column the 2 is in. So this number being 1 in column 2 says that the 2 is in column 1. Similarly, this 5 being in column 5 says that, well, the 5 has to be in column 5. Very simple, that one. This cell right here being a 5 or a 6 tells me explicitly, hey, this is column 2. Sorry, this is column 2, right? So therefore, the 2 in this row has to be in one of these 2 cells. Right? It's more about the deductions that you have to make from that, you know? But it's a very fun rule to play with. It does genuinely feel like you're flipping through pages in a book. You know? Now, next up, in this box, right? 6 is restricted to here. Right? And these cells will tell us where the 6 in each of their respective rows are. Right? So therefore, one of these 2 cells has to be a 4. Because the 6 has to go in one of these. Right? Meaning, this cell can never be a 4, because if this was a 4, the 6 would have to go in here twice. That's impossible. This can never be a 4. Nope. This can never be a 4. And we already... Wait, hold on. We already should have known that because the 5 is already here. That was an oversight on my part. But we got there eventually. You know? Oh, God, though. Sorry, I'm going to try very hard to make this a chill stream. You know? I'm gonna try very hard. Because, like, Thinking Thursdays are the, hey, just come hang out. Come hang out while I do Sudoku. Tell me about your day. You know? If you want to play along, if you want to help out, cool. If not, that's okay too. You know? However, this game makes me so fucking mad. This game makes me so fucking mad. Okay, 4's going here, 6 is going here. What else do I know? Well, I know that if 6 goes in here, right, then 6 goes in here. Okay? If 6 goes in here, 6 has to go here. If 6 goes in here, 6 has to go here. I don't think there can ever be a 6 here. Right? If there's a 6 here, this becomes a 6. This becomes a 5. This becomes a... Oh, that is fine. If the 6s look at each other like this, it's actually fine. It's just annoying, basically. 2 and 3 are where the 5 goes. 2, 3, and 4 are where the 6 goes. Oh, let's see. Can this still add up to 9? 3 and 4 is 7. this can no longer add up to 9. Meaning that 5 can no longer go in this cell. Okay. That's not nothing. So this is either going to be a 1, 2, and 4, or a 1, 3, and 4, but I don't think this is ever a 3. Because if this was a 3, this would have to be a 2, and then this would add up to 6. So this has to be a 4. Right? Which does put the 6 here. And that's nice. This becomes a 2-3 pair, meaning this has to be a 1. 1 plus 5 is 6, 7, 8. So this has to be, this can no longer be a 7. Meaning the only place left for a 7 is here. And that the 7th column is where the 5 goes. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. No more 1 or 3 here. No more 4 here. So it's either the 2 or the 3, where the 5 and the 6 go. So this can no longer be an 8 or a 9. Left has to be a 2? Oh, yeah! Yeah. Because of the 7. 7, 8... Sorry, 7 is 1 plus 4, that's 5. 6, 7. So that also places the 5 in column 2. And resolves this. Good catch. That also forces this to be a 9. This to be an 8. This to be a 2. This to be a 6. This has to be an 8. Neither of these can be an 8. That's a 4-9 pair, meaning none of these is a 9. This is the 9. And, hold on, this Scribe Peeper, right? The 9 is here. The 6 is here, meaning that 8 or 7 has to be in here somewhere. Eight already has to be in here. 8 has to be in here now, right? And if 8 has to be in here, the only place it can go is here. Cool. Cool. Refresher on Scribe Peeper rules, because they're stupid. This says how many ascending numbers will be seen, right? Where 8 basically hides any number lower than it. Right? And then it sees the 9. We knew that an 8 or a 7 had to go here because as it was, this 2 saw 3, right? And then 6, and then 9. And that would have been 3 towers that it sees. It's frustrating. It's a very frustrating rule. Alright, we know that 3 and 6 have to... Well, hold on. 3 and 6 have to go in here somewhere because they're already in here and they're already in here. I marked these down because they're 2/3 of a triple already. Right, it wouldn't otherwise be all that interesting. Let's see, where can 4 go in here? Anywhere. 5 has to go in here. 5 has to go in here. 6 goes in here. 7s really go anywhere. 8s are marked. 9s have to go in here at some point. so these are 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, where these can't be 9, nor can they be 6. And these can't be 3 or 6, because I fucked that up already, LMAO. So this is a 1, 2, 4, 7, 9 thing. These can't be 1. Also, my bad. Sorry, I know that there's stuff that I can do over here, right? I just need a second before I actually move on to that shit. Otherwise, I'm gonna drive myself insane. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This can't be 5. This can't be 3 or 6. Okay. Am I satisfied with this enough to properly move on? It would seem like it, yeah. Okay. Okay. Back to here. So, 5 will never go on a German whisper line to begin with. That's first of all. What next? What does this German whisper line tell me? This can't be a 1. Could be a 2. Can't be a 3, 4. Can't be a 5 because it's on a German whisper line. Could be a 6. 7, 8, or 9 theoretically, right? But if this was a 7, right? This would have to be a 1 or a 2. Then this would have to be a... This would have to be a 6 or an 8. And then this one would have to be... Well, this one wouldn't be able to be a 6, basically. So this can never be a 7. That is interesting, though. German whisper lines tell you that each digit along the line has to be at least 5 digits apart, right? So, for instance, if this was a 1, this could only be a 6, 7, 8, or a 9, right? Let's say this was a 6, then this one would have to be a 1. Which is impossible, you know? This being a 2, 6, or an 8, this would theoretically put a 6 here. Follow this to its conclusion. This would have to... If this was a 6, this would have to be a 1. If it was an 8, it could theoretically be a 2 or a 3, but the 2 already sees it in this column, so it would have to be a 3. Unfortunately, if it's a 2, it would have to be a 7, 8, or a 9. Couldn't be a 7. It could be an 8 or a 9, though. It couldn't be an 8. Okay. It would be a 1, a 3, or a 9. Okay. Then we have this one. Books are specific to the row, yes. These books basically tell me, hey, where is 6 in this region? Well, you know. This book tells me that 6 is in one of these 3. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. We'll get there, though. We'll get there. Unfortunately, because this contains a 1 and a 9, which are the furthest possible numbers, right? The German whisper line doesn't really tell us anything except for that this box can't be a 5. Right? But luckily we know that it can't be a 3, a 4, or a 9. We know that it can't be an 8 either. We know that it's not going to be a 1 because this is already an 8. So, 6s go in 2, 6, or one of these. This is where our 6s are, in these rows. Well, we know that this can't be a 1, right? If this was a 6, this cell would have to be a 1, which sees this 1, right? So this cannot be a 6. This could be a 2, theoretically. And then, on the 2 side of things, it could be a 7, 8, or 9. Luckily, that does lock 6 into one of these 2 spaces for this book. Now, I feel like there's something weird happening here that I would like to check, right? If this was a 7, this would be a 6. Well, okay. Well, we know that this is a 6 then, but I would rather not know that. If this is a 2... Oh, that's interesting, actually. If this is a 2, this would have to be a 9. And then this wouldn't be allowed to exist anymore. Because if it's a 6 or an 8, it doesn't follow the German whisper line. I just had to look at the amount of digits possible on each side still. If this is a 2, this would have to be a 9. If this is a 9, this would have to be 5 digits away, aka a 4, 3, 2, or a 1, but 2 is no longer possible. Therefore, this cell can never be a 2. This cell has to be a 7, which means that this cell has to be a 6. This can no longer be a 9. This can no longer be a 2. This can no longer be a 7, 8, or a 9. This has to be a 2. This can never be an 8, right? Because if this is an 8, it would place another 6 into here. That's illegal. This has to be a self-referencing book that is a 6. And this 6 on the German whisper line tells us that this has to be a 1. Good fucking God. I know there's this, and we will get to this, right? I would like to wrap as much of this as I can up first. Never gonna be a 1. Could be a 2. Couldn't be a 3 or a 4. Could be a 5. Can't be 6, 7. Could be an 8. 3, 4. 8. 9. This one can't be a 9. Then what about these? Just mark these down. This can't be a 1. 6, 7, or an 8. Can't be 1, 2, 6, 7, or an 8. This one can't be 1, 6, 7, or an 8. Okay. Alright, are we ready to fall down a trapdoor? Are y'all ready to fall down a trapdoor with me? Real Lily fans are always ready to fall down a trapdoor. Hold up, though. Another one's going here. Oh, wait! 6 can only ever go here. So not yet. Not yet. We're not going down the trap hole yet. Because I am still able to place digits. I cannot be stopped from placing digits yet. I know I will be stopped, just not yet. Let's see. Ones are cornered in there. 7s aren't looking too interesting. What about my 6s? Also not too interesting, honestly. Not anymore. They're all pretty locked down. You know? Like, I know that there is a 6 in one of these two spaces, and then a 6 in one of these 4 spaces, and then a 6 in one of these 2. But that's not all that interesting. I mean, I guess I know that 1 goes in one of these 3 stalls, but that's, again, pretty locked up. It's 1, 2, 5, and 8. This one can't be a 5. This one can't be an 8. Sorry, I really don't want to go down the trap hole yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 7. 7. This can't be a 5, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 7. 5, 7, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. And this one is a... 3, 4, 6, 8, 9. Where this one cannot be the 8. Which you would think would tell us more than it does, but unfortunately, it really doesn't. I'm kind of just preparing to come back to here. Okay. Let's fall down a trapdoor. Let's fall down a trapdoor. You fell down a trapdoor. Sorry. Unlocked roaming line. A blue roaming line is fast travel. Its digits are read the same, forwards or backwards. Which means we can solve another part of the title. Are y'all ready to solve another part of the title? This is E, S, P, A, I, R. Yay! Yay! Woohoo! Woo! Yay! Okay. And that gave us this. Oh yeah! Yeah, no, it absolutely is. This is a 6. This is a 4. Don't know what this digit is. This is an 8. This is a 5. A 1. This is a 9. I'm sure there's an overlapping thing here that tells me what this digit is at some point. But this 6 tells us that this is a 3. Right? 5 digits up from a 3. Has to be an 8 or a 9. It's on a Kropke dot, so it has to be an 8. Meaning this has to be a 4. And this has to be a 9. And that immediately, already, throws us into the maintenance boss. Pipes sprawl along the walls and low ceiling in this dark place. You can only guess what purpose any of these mechanisms serve, but they all look important. Are y'all ready for the maintenance boss? You know, the maintenance, the place we literally just got? Oh wait, shit, hold up. New tab. This is boss number 6, question mark? Which you may be thinking, what? Well, where's boss 5? We don't get to do boss 5 until after boss 6. This is a really fucking hard one, by the way. Like, I'm going to take a break before doing this level of hard, because we have to draw all over. Right? And it gets weird. So, Prison Break by Skeptical Mario. You are still sore from that tumble down some kind of disposal trapdoor in the library. Shambling forward in the dark, your outstretched hands touch, and then grasp, something that turns out to be a lantern. You shine your light into your surroundings. You appear to be in an abandoned mining tunnel. Perhaps they were excavating a cave underneath the castle? In any case, you had better find your way out so that you can continue your quest. Rules. Standard Sudoku rules, right? 1 to 9 into each cell without repeating in a row, column, or 3x3 box. Cool. Cave. Shade some amount of cells. Right? When you have to shade cells... Oh, don't worry. The rules in this boss puzzle don't end up carrying over to the main Sudoku. Right? This is one of the instances where this isn't introducing a new rule for the main Sudoku as a whole. This is just a fun boss puzzle. It is fun, too. This boss puzzle in particular, really fucking cool. But, okay. Cave. At some point, you will be told when to shade a cell. Right? When you do shade a cell, they must be orthogonally connected toward an edge of the grid. all unshaded cells must also be orthogonally connected. Right? So we'll end up forming one splatter, basically, of lit up cells that are all connected. Right? And all we know about the cave cells is that none of them will be floating. Right? So for instance, this cell, right? If this cell is a cave cell, it has to connect to a wall somehow. Right? It'll never just be floating with all of these cells around it not connected. Okay? Does that make sense? The next rule, Akari. Place lanterns in unshaded cells such that the unshaded cells must all be illuminated by lanterns. No two lanterns may illuminate each other. Illumination travels in straight orthogonal lines, right? Think a rook in chess. And is blocked by shaded cells. Okay. Then, finally, the placement of the lanterns is determined by the cells with cages. The cells with cages are always wall cells, right? The digit in the cage, however, tells you how many lanterns are orthogonally adjacent. Right? So basically, if this was a 4, right, these 4 would have to be lanterns. In addition, the digit in each lantern is the number of cells in total illuminated by that lantern, right? So let's say this is a 3, right? And then let's say this is a 9. If this is a 3, it says, hey, there are 3 lanterns adjacent to this cell. If this was a 9, it would say, hey, this lantern lights up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or 9. Or 9. That's how the rule ends up playing out. To start off, though, we know that all of these cells are always going to be walls. I'm actually going to make it a touch lighter. And of course, it turned this fucking thing back. Sorry, I'm mad. I've turned this rule off so many fucking times. Anyway, an interesting quirk of these rules, though, right? Of the cage, of the lantern's cage rule, right? Is that we know that this has to be a 1, 2, or a 3. Because there can never be a 4th lantern here. Similarly, this has to be a 1, 2, or a 3. This has to be a 1, 2, or a 3. And this has to be a 1, 2, or a 3. Which already gives us a triple here. And already gives us a pair here. And another triple here, obviously. Right? And we know that if this is a 4, right, then this has to be a lantern that sees exactly 8 cells before it's blocked by a wall. So, needless to say, it's interesting, at least, you know? It's not a boring puzzle. However, I will be right back because I need to pee anyway, and I want y'all to be able to, you know, wrap your head around these rules, right? I'm also going to, since this is a boss puzzle that doesn't use any outside rules, right? You can just hop right in it if you want to look at it, if you want to play around with it, etc., etc. If you want to play along, if you want to check my work, that's the puzzle. Either way, I'll be right back. Oh, I am back. Hello, I am back. Okay. Okay. So what do we know? Oh god. We know that these have to connect to a wall at some point. So do these two. No two lanterns may illuminate each other. No two lanterns may illuminate each other is interesting. Right? Because that means that if this is 3, this has to be 1, and this has to be 2. If this is 3, this has to be 1, and this has to be 2. Right? Right? No, because this can always just have a wall here. We know that if either of these is 2, the other one only contain one other cell. So if this is 2, right, this could never be 3. If this is 2, right, this one could never be 3. Huh. I'm having a hard time remembering how to even get started in this, though. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. This 8 and 7 puts an 8 and 7 in here somewhere. Right? Hmm. I'm having a really hard time figuring out how to start this one. I remember it's really fun when you start getting the hang of it, you know? But until that point, it is just kind of a pain in the ass. Aw. I mean, I guess we could start marking down other candidates, right? Like, these are 4 or higher by necessity. These are also 4 or higher by necessity. Of just basic Sudoku rules, right? These can never be 8s. This can never be a 5. This can never be a 7 or an 8. Middle right cage cell. Can you use row column notation? Like, I believe you mean this cell. Okay, row 3, column 9. You believe this to be a 2? Can I ask why? If the 8 in row 2, column 8, row 2, if this 8 does not illuminate itself for counting purposes, I don't quite know what you mean, but I mean, I can at least check it. This is not a 2. No. Hmm. It's a tough one. Okay. Let's start asking the question of limitation, right? We know that this cell has 1 to 3 lanterns, right? This cell here, right, can see, for instance, at most 10 cells, right? But this cell here can see at most 4. This cell here can never see 5 or more, right? So if this is a lantern, it would have to be a 4. Right? Which is a possibility, but this could also be a wall. Right? So the next place where this is interesting is right here. If this were a lantern, right? If this were to be a lantern, it would only be able to see 3 cells. Which would mean that this would have to be a 1, 2, or a 3. So therefore, this cannot be a lantern. I should use a different... Yeah. This cannot be a lantern. Because if it were a lantern, it would have to be a 1, 2, or a 3. If this were a lantern, it would also... Well, that means that this cannot be a 1. Right? Has to be a 2 or a 3. But it can never be a 3 because... Wait, no, this could still be a 1. This couldn't be a 3, though. Right? Which makes this a pair, and forces this to be a 3. Meaning that all 3 of these are lanterns, by necessity. So let's... go orange. These are lanterns, no matter what. They're also always going to be lit up. Right? Now let's ask the next question. If this is a this is a lantern, no matter what. Right? So either this is a wall, or it's lit by this lantern. Right? Because 2 lanterns can never see each other. Meaning that this also can never be a lantern. Meaning that this is 1, and that this is 2. And both of these are lanterns. And that this is a lantern. This is no longer ever a 2. It's either a 1, a 3, or a 4, right? But it's never going to be a 4, because then this would have to be a lantern, and these two lanterns would see each other. Excuse me. This is never a 1. This has to be a 1. Yeah. Of course, of course. This can never be a 1. One of these is a lantern, but we don't know which one. 2 of these are lanterns, at least. It could be all 3 of them. So what next? What can we do next? Right, we already established that if this was a lantern, it would have to be a 4. What now? One of these has to be a 1. Right. We just don't know which one yet. And we know that one of these two has to be a lantern. Right, we also know that all of these are lit up. Right. And we also know that this cell has to be connected somehow. The issue is that it could be connected like this. If this was a 2, it could be connected like this. I think that no matter what, this cell is lit up, is what I'm trying to say. Because if this cell was not lit up, if this was a wall, this would have to be a 2. So this cell is always lit. Right? Similarly, I believe this cell is always lit. Right? Because if it weren't, if this were a wall, this, again, this cell would have to be a 2. Therefore, this cell is always lit. So these cells are also always lit because this is at minimum 5. Right? This is already 4. Either of these could theoretically be the 5th cell. Right? And then after that, it's a question of, is it 6, 7, or 9? You know? But we don't know. We only know for a fact that these 4 cells are lit up. Hi, Lily. Hello. If you would like
Come!
to look at the puzzle that we're doing, it's linked. If not, feel free to just hang out, you know? You know how it goes. On this, our blessed of Thinking Thursdays. What else do we know? 2, 3, 4. This could also be, but not necessarily. So one of these cells could be lit up on each of them. What next? What next? I do not know what you mean by that. The chat is the same color it has always been. It's just behind a white background. Oh, my bad. My bad. That is kind of funny, though. And Mimic, thank you. It is the song that I played on repeat the first time I played through this. For, 300 hours straight. So this could theoretically be 2, right? It's not going to be 3 or 4, but it could be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. But it could just be 2, and that would be it, you know? Oh, it's interesting at the very least. I'll give it that. I don't know apples well enough. I don't know. Asking the hard-hitting questions, damn. Hold up, sorry. Just real quick. This is never gonna be a 3. Because if this was a 3, right, this would have to be a lantern. And this cannot be a lantern. Because then it would, see this lantern. So this can never be a 3. Has to be a 1 or a 2. Next up, if this were a lantern, right? Then this would have to be a 2. I also do know, hold on, that this has to be a wall. Right? See, I wish I could say, yes, a crabapple, but I don't know off the top of my head what a crabapple tastes like. This also has to be a wall, though. Meaning that this has to be lit up. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this can no longer be a 9 because it can no longer see 9, right? And this can no longer be a 3 because these 3 cannot be lanterns, meaning this has to be a 1. And there cannot be a lantern here nor here, so the lantern has to go here. Okay. Well, okay, hold on. If this were 2, right, would mean that there would have to be 2 lanterns here. Right? Forcing a lantern here would mean this would have to be a wall, and that this would also have to be a 2. Then this would have to be a 3, and this would have to be a 1. And I'm not seeing any implicit issues with this. Except for maybe... here? No. Oh, my brain hurts. Well, I guess the next question is, hey, where can one go in here, right? Because it can't go in here, and it can't go here. So one has to go here. And that's just some simple Sudoku. You know, for once, we got to use simple Sudoku. Now, we know that this has to be... this can only be at most 5. Right? But that also means that this is always lit up. Right? And lighting this cell up blocks this off in such a way that this has to be a wall. Right? Which also makes this have to be lit. Can we get anything else out of that, though? Because this could still... Hold on. How can this connect up without cutting it off? Right? I don't think it can. I think this has to be a wall. Because if this expands outwards, right? If this isn't a wall, right? Then this has to reach the wall somehow. And any way that it does that, it cuts off green cells. So regardless of if any of these cells are a wall, this one is always a wall. Wait, why did it... Right. Which means that this is always clear. No, go for it. Go for it. You are encouraged to solve along with me, to help me out. Hello, Shock Attack. Hi. How are you doing? How's it going? My brain hurts. Your brain doing okay? Oh, so it's more body. I mean, if you want to exercise your brain, too. This is the time to do it. Hell yeah. Well, the puzzle is linked. It's the pinned message, you know. It is part of the much bigger sudokuvania, which I have solved before. I've solved all of this before. I'm just going through it again, trying to get less explicit answers from like YouTube video that I played along with, and more so doing it with my chat, you know? Yeah, it's a fun puzzle. Oh yeah. They get fucking insane. So I know that this has to be 2 or higher at least. Which is a lot of numbers marked in right now, obviously, but this is a handy tool that will help us later. Or whatever the fuck it was that Elmo said, I think. Was it Elmo? Whatever. Whatever! Okay. What can we do next, is the question, I guess. Unless we can mark these in. Mickey, LMAO. Okay. Well, I never... You know. This can't be a 7 or an 8. This can't be a 5, a 6, or an 8. This one can't be a 2 or an 8. What else? What else do we know? Well, hold up. If this were to be a 2, right? It would mean that both of these cannot be walls. Right? Just first of all. If this is a 2. Because it's either a 2 or a 1. This being a 2 means neither of these can be walls, which means that this still has to connect up somehow, and that both of these would have to be open air spaces, right? So then, this being a 3 would, you know, completely detach this from the wall, right? So then this would have to be a 1, if, you know. Now, if this were to be a 1, the lantern could go here, theoretically, right? And this could be a wall, but then this would have to be a 2. Couldn't be a 2, it would have to be a 3. At which point, it wouldn't be able to be a 3, it would have to be a 4. This would have to be a 4. Oh yeah, I mean, I already have that down. That one of them has to be the 1. It's just a matter of which one. Because I feel like this can't be a 2, right? I'm just trying to prove that. Because if this is a 2, both of these become open air. And not only do they become open air, but they become lanterns, right? And then this can no longer be a 3, this would have to be a 1, and this would have to be a 3, obviously. Right? And then this would have to be a 4. These would have to be open air. And this would have to be a wall. What else would we know? We would know that this would have to be a wall as well. Well, not necessarily. This just wouldn't be able to be the lantern. This would have to be a lantern. Right? And all 3 of these would be lanterns. This would only be able to be up to a 6. But it wouldn't be able to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, so it would have to be 6, which would make all of these lit up, right? And that would force this to be a 2. And then that would force this to be a wall. That should have been my takeaway from the get-go. Right? Is that if this is a lantern, this has to be 2, and this has to be a wall. It really is that simple. In fact, I think even as far back as here, I should have been able to know that. If this is a 2, this has to be a lantern, this has to be a wall. No floating walls means that this cannot be a lantern, right? So not only do we know that this isn't 2, but we know that this isn't the lantern. Right? And that this is. And we can also get rid of these markings too, honestly. And we knew that if this cell were to be lit up, right? Hold on, how do we connect this? We can still theoretically connect it like this. And that's fine. Let's ask what numbers this can be. Can really be all the way up to 9, honestly. Yes, I do. I do, in fact, make all of my own stream assets. Well, let's see. This could be anything up to 9. It's not going to be 5, though. And we know that this has to connect to a wall eventually. Row 7, column 8. Sorry, wait. Row 7, column 8 can't be a 2. Explain your work? If this were to be 2... Oh, yeah, shit. That's my bad. I keep accidentally counting the, not counting the lantern itself. Okay. That forces these to be lit up, but we still don't know how far out it goes. Necessarily. Okay. But now we know that 2s are in here somewhere, and in here somewhere, and no longer in here. What next? That's so cutesy. I'm so glad. I hope you enjoy. Right? Like, there's just so much interplay between the rules that it's kind of... It's easy to get lost. I have an interesting observation, right? If this is 4 or row 8, column 5. Row 8, column 5. This one. Can't be a 3 now. Right, yeah. Okay. Has to be a 2. Which makes this a 3. Makes both of these lanterns... Hello? And all 3 of these lanterns. Which also paints all of these cells like this. And this has to be a wall. And this can no longer be a 2 anyways, it has to be a 3 or higher. God, why is my mouse fucking up again? Alright. So, next up. Let me think. Lanterns cannot illuminate another lantern. 7, 6 is a wall. Lanterns cannot directly illuminate another lantern. Like, lanterns... Oh, wait. Shit. Yeah, this. Good catch. My bad. Wait, but then how does this end up working out? I fucked something up somewhere. Wait, I forgot about... oh my god, I forgot about including the cell itself, LMAO. This has to be a 5. Lily, I straight up use my persona as an avatar. I'm Ram. I'm simply sheep. I'm so sheepy with it. It's because I'm always asleep. Is why I'm sheep. So silly. So silly. Also know that this is always taken. This is never going to be a 3. It could be a 2. If it's a 2, then that's good. Right? And we also know that this wall has to connect somewhere. Right? If it goes this way... then there still needs to be something blocking this off. Right? Because these lanterns can't see each other, so it would have to be this cell. And then this would be forced to be a 3. Not necessarily, because it could go higher, actually. Hold up. Hi, Crow. So this cell could be illuminated. I don't know for sure if it is. Oh, it's painful. It's always painful. I do know for certain that these cells are illuminated, though. Always. Right? I don't know whether or not one of these cells is. How are you doing, Crow? Know that there has to be a wall at some point in here. It's just a matter of placing it. Then this also has to be at least 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pushes that out to there. Which means that this definitely has to be a wall. I don't know what Momodora is. I'm gonna be completely honest. I hope you're having a fun time with it, though. I do know that this has to be a wall, actually. I don't know why I was so hesitant about that. Right. Which means that this can only be at most 4. It can never be 3 either, though, because if it's 3, it immediately becomes 4. Grow, that sounds awesome. Lily, I don't know. I think so. I can't think of a princess that isn't an animal. Unless it's like a robot princess or like a broom princess or like an object princess, you know? But vibes-wise, yeah. Yeah. I think if you were a broom who is a princess, you automatically become an animal. Also, Crow, feel free to suggest it in the game suggestions. In the Discord. Alright, hold up. So this can no longer be a 4. That means this has to be a wall. And this cannot be a 3. And it can't be a 2. I mean, it can't be a 1, obviously, so it has to be a 2. Meaning that this also has to be a wall. Oh shit, I forgot about dolls. I forgot about dolls. I think that dolls are a type of animal. That's my hot take for the day. Row 9, column 4? Oh, row 9, column 4 was a wall. I forgot why, actually. Right. It doesn't have to be necessarily, huh? This is a 4. Oh, it's because, well, hold on. Yeah, it really doesn't have to be. We just know that this can't be a 4 or a 3. It has to be a 2. We just know that this is a wall. We don't necessarily know whether or not this is a wall. Okay. Okay. Frustrating catch, but good catch. Don't think this can ever be a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It can only be a 4 or a 7. Two is placed in box 9 now. Yeah, that's true. Do slow down a little bit. Or, I don't want to be walked through the puzzle. Like, if I'm getting stuck, you know. It's also pissing me off because my mouse is being stupid. My mouse is pissing me off. I also just looked in it, though, and there was a bunch of fuzz. There was a bunch of fuzz in my mouse. There was probably, you know, the culprit. Alright, so that's either a 4 or a 7. Meaning that those cells are always lit up. This is never a 4. Oh, this is never a 4 anymore. Lily, what are you doing? What's wrong with you, you silly ass? Okay. Let's think. What do we know next? This has to be a 3 or a higher, but it'll never be a 3. Has to be a 4 or higher, it'll never be a 4, it will never be a 5, it has to be a 6 or a higher. 3, 4, 5, 6. That means these cells are always lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, meaning that it can never be a 6. Because 7 cells are already lit up. And this will never be a 5 for the same reason. 6 cells are already lit up from it. And now the next thing, right, is asking, hey, how is this going to connect, right? because it won't connect like this. This isn't going to be a connecting cell. No lanterns. I mean, I guess this lantern could see it. This lantern could see this cell. If this was 2, it could be connected like this. But this would never be able to be a wall. Oh, Lily, do you want me to find Smimo? I can find Smimo if you would like. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to get that thing. Oh, my baby. My Smeem. My Smeem. Stay here. Smimo, stay here. Stay here for a second. Stay here for a second, Smimo. Here's Smeemy. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Look at those teeths. Look at those teeths. I love you. Look at those teeths. That big baby smile. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, sweetie. Hey, sweetie. That's Smeemy. That's Smimo smile. I am not going to be using the light. I've been worried about it hurting their eyes lately. So I'll leave Smimo Cam on though until they, you know, oh no, there they go. Never mind. You got your Smimo smile though. No, just they've been really stupid with the light, right? Where they've just been staring at it. Like directly into it. Anyway, the question was, is this ever a wall? If this is a wall, these two have to be walls to connect it, which blocks this off. So this is never a wall. So this is always a scene square, right? This being a 2, 3, or a 4 means this has to be... No! This has to be a 4. Nice, Mimo. And that this... also has to be a wall. Let's see. What next? It could theoretically still be all 3 of them. Theoretically. This is never going to be 2 anymore, though. It has to be 3 or higher. Okay, bye, Smimo. Bye, Smimo. Have fun exploring. Have fun exploring, Smeemy. Smimo has been exploring outside of the room lately. This game is scary. It's not funny or cute, it's fucking scary. Hold up. That forces this to be a 5. Right? Which forces this to be lit up. Which means that this is not a lantern, and that this has to be a 2, and that both of these are lanterns. Oh my god. Both of these are lanterns. This has to be a wall. This is no longer a 3. Has to be at least 6. It already sees 3. 4, 5, 6. All of these are now covered. This now is a 6. It's a good moment in the solve. It's a good fucking moment in the solve. It's gonna take me a moment longer, though, to work through it, you know? Okay, so this sees 5 cells by default, right? But it can't be a 5 or a 6. It has to be a 7, 8, or a 9, right? This is 6 cells. Could be 7, 8, or 9. Right? So one of these two. No, it's okay. Yeah. It takes me a moment, you know? If I wasn't streaming it, I would probably be able to go at least a little bit faster, but, oof. I also, yeah. I've been heat exhaustion for a while. So I'm doing my best, you know? Been trying to fundraise to cover AC repair bill. This is 6 squares. Where one of these two, or both of them, could be a wall. And the other one could be not a wall. However, this can no longer be 8. It's either 6 or 9, depending on whether or not this is a wall. If this is a wall, this is 6. If it's not a wall, this is 9, is the gist of it. This is 6 cells, 7, 8. This is never going to be 9. I should have noticed that sooner. Oh, let's see. And this can only ever be at most 5. And it'll never be a 2 or a 1. These 4 are set. These... Hold on, wait. Hold on.
Come!
Where did I fuck up here? I don't think I know if this specifically has to be a wall or not. This one does. This one does have to be open, right? The logic states it. Right? Of these cells, one of them is incorrectly labeled, right? This one is correctly labeled because this is a 7, 8, or a 9. Yeah. This one is not a 7. The digits I have entered are correct. I miss illuminated a square, basically. And of the possible squares, both of these have to be open because of other lanterns, meaning this square is not. Which also, though, means this is a 3. I kind of stumbled ass backwards into that one, but... sometimes that's just how it is. I try not to abuse the, I genuinely try not to abuse the check too much, right? I just also, hate the idea so, like, it's a bad idea for streaming specifically to risk getting to the very end of the puzzle and then having to undo the entire thing and do it again from the top. You know? Like, that would be, bad content. Now I might as well, you know, start looking at the other cells, at least. I know this is atrocious. Six, 2, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 2, 6, 7, 1, 2, 6, 2, 6, 8. Eight, 1, 2, 3, 8. 1, 2, 8, 1, 8, 1, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. Okay. So this is atrocious, obviously. Hi, Aaron! What do you mean there's a ghost for you in the stream? What? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean by that? Whoa, okay, I'm not paying this comment any mind. I'm focused. Weird. Yeah, I don't know, Aaron. That sounds scary. Okay, I know that this has to connect to the wall somehow, therefore it has to contain this cell. And then it could go like this, right? Or like this, or like this, or like this. I just don't know. But I do know this is a wall, right? And this having to be a wall means that this has to be a 5. This becomes a 7-9, meaning neither of these are 7-9, meaning these get rid of the 6. 4 was never a possibility. Aaron, I am so sorry to hear that. 7-9 pair also removes 7 and 9 from here. Does it do anything else for me? Not super, not yet. Now I know that this is gonna connect in one of two directions. If it connects this way, hold on. If this is a 3, this is a 3, right? The question is, where do the 3 cells go? I mean, this is a 3 or higher. The question is, where did the 3 cells go? Right? They could go here. Could go here. Right? Are they ever going to go here? If they go here, the only way for this to connect is like this. Right? Which also cuts this wall off. Right? And we already know that one of these 2 cells has to be a wall. Not necessarily, actually. There has to be a wall somewhere in this region. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. There's something here, though. There's something weird going on here. Okay, if this is the lantern, it has to be a 4 or higher. If it's a 4 or higher, if this is the lantern, it cannot be anything other than a 4, actually. And if this is the lantern, it also... Huh. Hold on. If this was the lantern, it would not be able to be a 4, is the gist of it, right? No, it could. But if this was the lantern, it wouldn't be able to be the 4. If this is the lantern... No, if this is the lantern, it has to be 4. If this is the lantern, it can be no higher than 5. That's what it is. This is either a 4 or this is a 4 or a 5. I wish I could take it further than that, though. You know? Like, okay, let's say this is a 5. Right? All of these cells would be lit up. This would have to be a 3, because lighting up this cell would make these 2 lanterns see each other. And then this would be cut off. So, one of these 2 has to be the 4. One of these 2 has to be a lantern, and the lantern is a 4. Meaning that none of these can be a 4. Should also mark that one of these has to be the 4. And whichever one the 4 is, the next 4 is going to go here. Right? Meaning, none of these can be a 4. Meaning, this has to be a 9. And this has to be a 6, this has to be a 3. Do we get anything else from that? Mimo? I mean, that was a fun bit of logic, though. Like, we know that the 4 goes in here, we know that there's a 4 in here, therefore one of these two has to be the 4. Oh, what else? What else do we get from that? Anything? Got this 9. Let's see. If this were to be 9, right? Let's say this was 9. All of these would be lit up by necessity, right? Would that force anything else? So I don't see how it would, actually. Like, it's nice knowing that this is 9, you know, but it's like, that doesn't really get us much further. Hi, Mimo. You okay, baby? You want the... Okay, I'm gonna close the door. It seems like Smimo is running away. Don't want them to be chased by another kitty cat. Hi, baby. Wait, you already want back out? Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's up to you, baby. Okay. I could maybe use a point, a tip in the right direction. Hi, Smimo. So this is either going to light up cells like this, this like this, or all of these cells. Then the next question is, where the fuck does the lantern go? If it's here, that's fine, right? If it's here, there's still plenty of options. I guess one thing we can ask, right? If this were to be 7, and just so I don't get lost, if this were to be 7, these would all have to be lit up, right? This would have to be a lantern. This would have to be a 9. This would have to be a 5. 8, 4. This would have to be the lantern, though. Which would by necessity light up these cells. And cut this off. No matter what, this is cut off. If this is 7, this gets cut off, is the gist of it. If this lines up, this becomes the lantern, and this section of wall gets cut off. Therefore, this has to be a 4. And this has to be a wall. Then this has to be a lantern. And not only a lantern, but the last lantern is now placed, just straight up. And that's a 4. Right, this is all... Okay. Okay. Nice, Mimo. Alright. This is a 6. This is a 4. No longer a 4. If this were to be a 5, then the 4 would have to connect like this, and that would fuck everything up. If this is a 5, all 5 of these cells have to be lit up. Okay, this is interesting. If this is 5, all 5 of these cells have to be lit up. Right? Now, to prevent these two lanterns from seeing each other, this cell here has to become a wall, right? Which would then force this 4 lantern out this way, covering these 4, and once again, cutting this. Therefore, this has to be a 3. And not all of these cells are lit up. Okay, bye, Smimo. You're being very silly. Okay. So 3 does go here. That really didn't tell us much, though. We know that one of these two cells has to be a wall. If it's this one, 4 goes like this. I guess the question is, does 4 connect like that? Yes or no? If 4 goes like this, how does this wall connect? It doesn't. This wall never connects if 4 goes like this. Therefore, 4 always has to go like this. This is always a wall. And is this a wall? Is the next question, I guess. If it's not a wall, all of these cells would have to be walls. Mima, what are you doing? They're being really weird. They're being very weird. Well, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This has to be an 8. I should take a step back and look at just basic-ass Sudoku for a second. When I can. Where I can. Neither of these is an 8. Do I have anything else from this? Seven nines. I guess the next question is this a 6 or a 7? It cannot be an 8 or a 9. Either a 6 or this is a lit cell, and this is also a lit cell. Oh, I'm so close to cracking it, I can feel it. I can feel it, you know? The music is making me feel like I'm going insane, though. I mean, I don't mind it, you know? I think we're going to have to just run through the possibility real quick. Let's say that this is the wall and that this is not, right? What that would actually tangibly tell us is that this is a 6. Right? What does that do for us next, though? Would that force anything else to happen? Oh, wait, hold on. LMAO. It does. Yeah. Yeah. Aaron, I just caught that. If this connects through there, this becomes a wall and cuts everything off. So this has to be a wall. Meaning that these are not walls. Meaning that this has to be a 7. This becomes a 1-9 pair, which forces this to be a 7, this to be a 9, this to be an 8. What next? No 9s here. No 7s here. No 9s here. No 9s here, no 7 here. No 8 here. This is a wall. these wall placements are still ambiguous until these are solved, right? But we know that this won't be solved by puzzle logic and will be solved through Sudoku, right? Because this is the full value of the information that we can extract from it. Therefore, whatever we have to do next is pure Sudoku. The 1-9 gets rid of a 9 here. This becomes a 5-6-8. So we are down to just classic Sudoku for a bit. Right? Yeah. We are. I have 7 pair. Where is the next step? It's just regular ass Sudoku, right? Where do ones go? Okay, in this box, ones have to go in here, therefore this has to be a 1, this has to be a 9. That's the remaining ones. Remaining 2s. Let's see them. Remaining 2s look like that, and are not contradicted by anything at the moment. Remaining 3s. Like that, and are not contradicted by anything at the moment. Remaining 4s are also in lockstep. Just straight up, they're stuck. 5s. Can we tell anything from the 5s? Hold up. Feel something. Three, 5, 7, 9. 6 can only go here. Yeah. Would be cool if that got us anything else. But whatever, you know? It got us another step. Now what was the other possibility here? 3. So now where can 3s go? In those places. What about 6s? Are 6s locked up nice and tight? They are. 7s? Sevens make a kind of nice pattern. Almost. What about my 8s? Well, 8s are kind of just a jumbled mess right now, huh? That one too. Oh man. If it wasn't that one, you know, it would be locked into here. But unfortunately, we can't really glean anything immediately obvious. Oh, hold up. We do have something. 9s locked into here, forces a 9 out of here, into here, 7 here, 5 here, 7 here, 8 here, 2, 4, 5. I think that might have cracked it. 6. No 8. No 7. No 4. No 7 here. 1, 2, 3. Does not quite crack it. No 6, no 5. 6, 8. Hold up. Gives us a 5 here. 3 here. 1, 8 pair here. Gives us 7 here. So we know that now that it's not both of those that got lit up. Only one. Five, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 3, 5, 9, 8, 6, 2, 6, 3, 9, 9, 7, 8, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 8. Done. You swing open a rusted doorway, revealing that you are in some kind of maintenance area for the castle. Even with your new lantern, patches of darkness obscure the cramped passageways. But you are certain you will be able to find your way out, and maybe even activate some of the disused features of this building. Fog will be cleared more effectively. Enter 5 into this boss's puzzle solve. Into this puzzle boss's solve. And now I know that this was a wall. And that this wasn't. So this is the solved one. This is the solve. We did it. We finished another puzzle. Yay! Right? Well, unlocked Akari Lantern, but watch out for dark cells. The dark cells are up on one. Shaded dark cells have a lower value than orthogonally adjacent non-dark cells, right? So that means that this can never be a 9, for instance, because it has to have a lower value than any connected cell that is not dark. It leads to some real fun shit, right? But I need to pee, and then I'm gonna have a smoke, and then when I come back, we are going to switch to something else for a moment. Not very long, you know, not too ridiculously long. Just, I want to play some mahjong on stream too, you know? And then we'll switch back. And then we will switch back. So I'll be right back. Okay, hello. Hello. Let me just, boot this up. I've switched the stream category. Oh. Oh. Okay. We're gonna do some mahjong. We're gonna do some mahjong. In the meantime, though. I don't like it being silent. Nemo, baby. You're being very playful. Go ahead. Oh, taking a damn minute. Come on.
今日もわざわざ会いに来て
There
く
we
れたん
go.
ですか？
There we go.
ちょうど家事が全部終わったところなの。この後は晩ご飯を準備する時間までなら付き合えますよ。さて、何をしたいかしら？
It is a bit loud. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna do bad. I'm gonna do bad. Are y'all ready to see me do bad at mahjong? Should be fun, at the very least. It's just so much loading. Come on. There we go. Oh, well that's
これ
nice.
からよろしくお願いしますね。
Mimo is attacking my foot. Stop it. Stop it. I don't even know what I'm going for yet. Do know I'm taking that. Well, that feels bad. But I couldn't score it anyway. Come on. Oh, fuck off. I pressed that button. I pressed that button. I think we may have I think we may have lost it because of that. It was such a good starting hand. It was such a solid starting hand. Whatever. Whatever. I'll play smarter next hand. Gonna have to. Got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, a 4, 5. One of each dragon. I could go for a dragon triple and just, you know, say fuck it. Play for... I think I'm gonna keep playing for speed. We'll see, though. Yeah, I'm playing speed. I'm going for just a triple of red dragons, and that's it. Well, a bit of a shame to know that I could have gone for, no, 2 triples of dragons, but that's fine. Again, I'm just trying to get some points under my belt, you know? Yeah, let's go for it. Why not, you know? Well, I would have won. Oh, no. I mean, we'll go ahead. Come on. I don't like being in a 1-tile wait, but it's like... eh? Let's switch it up. Come on. Ah! I would have won. I would have won again if I hadn't switched things up. I'm so mad. This is the statistically better option, so it was good to switch it up. It's just really fucking frustrating. Kinda seems like everyone is 1 tile away from winning, too. Feels like it, at least. it gonna be a fucking draw? Yeah.
テン
Damn. And everyone ended in tenpai. So nobody even gets points from that one. Man. I'm just gonna play safer this time and just go for Ricci and take whatever else points I can get, because this is going very slow. I could go for a half flush though. Theoretically. Nope. I don't like that. Good fortune was safe to this card. Fuck it.
G.
I know it's stupid to pivot to a half flush, but you know. Why not? Okay, East is safe to discard. Might not have been safe later. I know I'm not getting the half flush, but in my heart, I'm still just like, please, 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 please. Like, I've theoretically built up to it. It's not happening. Man.
No 点
Okay. Boo. Boo. Another fucking tie. We're gonna be stuck on round 2 forever. Got 2, 3, 4. I've got another 2, 3. Got another 2 and 4. Probably drop this 9 at some point. Let's do that now. Commit, you know? Well, that's a pair of 1s. I drop the east wind. Pair of 1s and a 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1. 2, 3, 4 and a dragon triple? Ooh, but hold up. No. Two, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. Couple of these, and ideally, I can pull one of the 2 remaining dragons. My chances are decreasing, though. Yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Come on. Nice. That's not nothing, you know? I've got 3 pairs right off the bat. Four pairs. I could go for all triples. It's probably not the best move, but 4 triples with a triple of Dota tiles would not hurt. I could even go all simples still. Like, really thinking about it. Like, I'm already in Tenpai. 4 all simples with 3 Dota tiles. Not a bad position to be in. 4 Dota tiles. I think that pushed this hand into mahjong. Ooh. Let's switch it up. Increase our odds a little bit, you know? Come on. Yeah, nice. I didn't hate that. It's gonna be pretty fucking hard to pull me out of first now. Okay. I just need a quick win. That's it. I just need a quick win and this can be over. Hence why I'm holding on to the dragons. Like, I should really drop the blank slate next. Oof, or the East Wind. No, the East Wind is double points for me, though. If I manage to pull it off. Which I probably won't, but still, you know? No. Fuck fast, I want to play smart for once. Come on. It's always very daunting when no one's making any calls. Okay, so this is safe to discard now. And I should discard this. God damn it. Ooh, rough. Still, I end up in first. Even with that, you know? That's not bad. Yay! Yay! Yippee! Alright. Back to this shit. Back to this shit. Okay. I know that this has to be a 1 or a 2, because this is a 3. This has 2 adjacent cells. So it has to be at most a 7. Right? But also, because there's a 9 here already... Well, this one couldn't be 7 anyway, because 7, 8, 9, right? But because there's a 9 here already, have to be 8, 7. At the most, obviously. Okay. So this can be a 1, or it can be a 6, 7, or an 8, but it can never be a 9. This is 3 digits, 2 of which have to be unique. Can't be a 1 or a 2, because if it was a 2, the 2 adjacent cells would have to be 1. It couldn't be a 3. If it were a 4, then they would have to be 1, 1, and 2, which would theoretically be fine. Can't be a 5 or a 6. It could be a 7 or a 9. God damn it, will you fucking stop it with that shit? Okay. This is a 1. Hold up. In this row, this can't be a 1, this can't be a 1, this can't be a 1, this has to be a 1. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one can never be a 5, it has to be a 2 or a 7. This one can never be a 2, because this one can never be a 2 because it would force this to be a 1. Let's see, what else do we know? Right. We know that this can never be an 8. Could be a 7, 6, 5. Can't be a 5. 4, 3, 2, or 1, though. This one's not going to be a 2, though, because it would force both of these to be 1s. So this isn't going to be 2 for the same reason. This one's nasty. But, hold on. If this were 8, this would have to be 9. This wouldn't be possible. If this was 7, this would have to be 8 or 9. That means whatever adds up, also impossible. If this was 6, this would have to be a 3 or lower. Possible. If this were 5, this would have to be a 4 or lower. Impossible. This has to be a 1, 2, or a 3. So what next? What next? Well, these two eventually have to add up to something, right? And the same logic should apply. We know that it's going to be 3 digits, right? So whatever the something is, it has to be... Well, they don't necessarily need to be unique digits. Whatever they add up to has to be 4 or higher. And we know that this one's going to be smaller than this one. And that this cannot be higher than 7 because of these, right? If this was 2, the one next to it would have to be 1. If this was 9, it gets too high. If this was 8, it gets too high. 7, it gets too high. So this has to be 3, 4, 5, or 6. If this is 6, this could, for instance, be a 2. If this was 5, it could be a 3. If it was 4, it could be a 3 or a 2. If it was 3, it could be a 2. So I don't think this can ever be a 6. Can it ever be a 5? No, the math doesn't check out. Can it ever be a 4? If this was 4, this would have to be a 5 or higher. No, it cannot. This has to be a 2 or a 3. If this was a 3, that would have to be a 4. That would push it up to 7. And that checks out. Okay. This will never be a 2. Could be a 3. Can't be a 4 or a 5. It could be a 6, 7, or an 8. Not this one. This could be a 2. Actually, these are going to be same possibilities. Could be 2s. 3, 6, 7, or 8. This has to be higher than at least 2 digits, right? Meaning it'll never be 1 or a 2. It can't be a 3 anyway. Could be a 4 if these are 1, 2, or 3, right? But they're never going to be 3. Okay. This one, what about this one? This one could be 1, 2, 4, 5, 7. This has to be lower than 4. It cannot be a 3. This is a 1, 2 pair. This can no longer be a 4. 4, 5, 7, 9. Yeah! Hi, Mimic. Do you hate mahjong? Do you hate mahjong, Mimic? It's okay. It's okay if you hate mahjong. It only hurts my feelings a little bit. What next? What next? This is never going to be a 9. It could be an 8. So. Could be an 8. This has to be at least 3. It could be higher. This could be a 2, 3... Fair. I mean, you all can always feel free to ask questions about what I'm doing, too. If this was 6, they would have to be 7, 8, and 9. If this were to be 6, these would have to be 7, 8, and 9. Would force this to be a 7. What else would it force? What else would it force? Force this to be a 2 and this to be a 5. Force this to be a 3, 4 pair and this to be a 2. This would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 2. Then whatever else this is, it would have to be, either another 1 to make a 4, right, which is impossible, or 3, could be a 4, or a 6, have to be a 4, this would have to be a 7, this would have to be a 9, this would have to be an 8, this would have to be a 9, and now both of these would have to be 3s. Therefore, due to all of that, this cannot be a 6. A lot of work just to prove this can't be a 6. Well, these add up to 3, right? So this would either have to be a 1 to make it a 4, a 6 to make it a 9, meaning this can never be a 9. Or, to make it a 7, this would have to be a 4. So this is either always a 1 or a 4. Okay. What next? This can't be an 8. Right? Because if this were an 8, it would force the cell next to it to be a 9, which it cannot be. And 9 still has to go in here somewhere. Right? So that pushes 9 into one of these 3 cells. I do get the sneaking suspicion that it's this one, but I can't prove that, so we're not going to do it. I would like to see if somehow we can prove that this can't be 7. If this were to be 7, this would have to be 8. Right? Which would mean that this would have to be 3, 5, or a 6. This would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 1. Oh, anything else? This could no longer be a 6. It would have to be a 3. This would have to be a 2. Mimo? Hold on. Mimo, you okay, baby? Come on. Anything else that we could learn if that was the case? I don't think so. Oh shit, okay, good night, Mimic. I hope you have good rest. What about this? What about this right here? Right, we know it's going to be 3 unique digits. Not 3 unique digits. We know that it's going to be 5. It's going to be higher than 5. Whatever the sum is, right? Whatever the sum is, it's got to be 6, 7, 8, or 9. Right? Now, if it were 6, right? Then it would have to go here. Meanwhile, what's got you so zoomies? Oh, you're just playful. Okay. What about these squares? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can't be a 5. Okay, bye, Smimo. Well... Hmm... This can never be a 3. Because of the German whisper line. Oh, what next? What next? Let's say this were to be a 4. This would have to be a 2, both of these would have to be 1s. Right. I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with that. We're just working in such a small area, you know? Oh, let's... Oh, hold up. If this was gonna be a 3, these would have to be 1 and 2. Which would force this and this to not be able to work. This cannot be a 3. 3 has to be in one of these 2 cells. Cannot be in any of these cells. Nope, nope, nope. 3 can still go in here. Jumped the gun on that. Either way, this can't be a 3 at least. But if this were a 3, it would force this to be a 1-2 pair. Right? Forcing this to be a 6. This to be a 3. This to be a 1. This to be a 2, this to be a 1, this to be a 2, this to be a 1. Anything, any issues so far? That's the thing, is I don't see any fucking issues with that. Like, not a single one. It'd have to be a 2, this would be a 5-7 pair. Therefore, this would have to be a 4, and yeah, that. So, no issues with it. If this was a 2, this would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 6, this would have to be a 7, this would have to be an 8, this would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 3. And then this would have to be a 3, and that's impossible. Therefore, this cell can never be a 2. Has to be a 3 or higher. That's something, you know? Hold up. This is a 1, 2, 3, 6 set. This can never be a 3 or a 6. This can never be a 1, 2, 3, or a 6. Okay. That does help a little bit. Did that do anything else for us, though, directly? I mean, we still know that this is going to be a 6, a 7, or an 8. It cannot be a 9, though. Unless one of them is a 1. The only way it can be a 9 is if one of them is a 1. Okay, hold on. 4, 5, 2, and 3. Right. Gives us 7 in 2 ways, right? With the 4 and 3 or the 2 and the 5. Or it gives us a 6 or it gives us an 8, right? And then we need at least one more digit. So it's never going to be the 4 and 2. No, hold on. If it is the 4 and 2, and the remaining digits could be 1 or 3, but never 2? It could be 2. If it's 2 and 5, the remaining digits could be a 1 or a 2, and have it add up to 8 or 9. If it's a 6, the remaining digits could be 1, 2, or 3, and it could add up to 7, 8, or 9. If it's 8, the remaining digit has to be a 1, and it has to be a 9. Okay. So these have to be a 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, or a 9. I just don't know which. I feel like there's more that can be done. I simply cannot figure how to do it. Alright, let's say that this is the circle. Right? If this is the circle, and this is a 9, right? The way to get there is that these have to add up to 8, so they have to be a 4, a 3, and a 1. Right? Which is impossible. So at the very least, this one cannot be a 9. Right? Hi, Crow. Next question is, if this were to be an 8, right? The only way to get to 8 is with a 4, 3, 1. Hold on. If this is 9, these have to add up to 7, which they could do as a 5, 2... Okay, hold on. God damn it. If this is 8, there's only one possibility of combinations. They have to be a 4 and a 3, and this would have to be a 1. I did the math wrong the first time. This can't be an 8, is the gist of it. Right? Okay. This one could be an 8. Because if these are 4 and 3, this could still be 1. Could this be 9? If this were a 9, right, these cells could either be 2 and 5, 4 and 3, or 4 and 2. At which point, this becomes a 2-3 pair. They always add up to 5. This always ends up being a 4. If that was a 9. I feel like I'm making very, very slow progress. Like there's something fundamental that I'm missing right now. Well, hold on. I already proved it. If this was a 6, these would have to be 7, 8, 9. This can no longer be a 6. No, because they could be 7, 8, 8. God damn it. Nice, Mimo. Oh, I'm struggling. And it's really fucking hot. Aaron, are you still here? Because I could use some help. I could use a point in the right direction here. Difficult. It's difficult. I just feel like it's this. You know? Let's do some bifurcation. If this is 5, neither of these is 5. This is no longer 5. For it to be 5, this 2 or 3. Doesn't really resolve immediately. Oh my god. If this is 5. If this is 5. This becomes 7 and this becomes 2. And this becomes impossible. This is never 5. This is always 4. All right. Well, that was fun. So either this is 4 and 2, right? At which point this could be anything. Or it's 4 and 3, at which point this could only be 1 and 2. But it doesn't actually narrow this, like either of these cells down beyond that, right? Let's see. Did it do anything else for us? Well, actually yes, because now the question is, where does 4 go in this row? It has to go here, right? And we knew already that if it's 4, both of these have to be 1. No? And where the fuck else could 4 go in here? I guess it could still go here. Row 6, column 9. You can't rule out the possibility that it's also a dark cell, which would let the arrow it's on go higher. I mean, it already couldn't be, though, because of some earlier logic, this always ends up being a 1 or a 4, because of just the addition. Right? I don't remember making that assumption. I just remember because of the adjacencies, this ended up being a 1-2 pair. Right? Okay. Maybe it's not, though. Maybe it's not. I don't know what all to wipe, though. Just gonna wipe... No. Okay, hold on. This can't be a 1-2. It can't be 3. It could be... 4. It can't be 5. Couldn't be 6. Could be 7. Can't be 8. It could be 9. It has to be a 4, a 7, or a 9. I guess. These have to be lower than... whatever. They can be 1, 2... Guess this could also be a 4. Oh god, I feel like I'm gonna cry. Fuck. Do I just scrap all of... I'm just gonna scrap all of it. Okay. This is lower than at least 3 adjacent digits. This is lower than at least 2 adjacent digits. This is lower than 1 digit. But it can't be an 8 because that would force the adjacent digit to be a 9. These are 2, 5, and 7. This can't be a 5. Two, 3, 5, 6. Can't go higher than 6 though. This can't be a 2. It could be a 3 though. Oh, I'm so upset. This is still a 2 or a 3 because it has to be lower than the 4. Meaning 4 plus 2 or 4 plus 3. This is either a 1, 2, or 3. This is either a 7, 8, 9. What next? Eight, 7, 6. 4, 3. Can't go lower than a 3. Be a 3, couldn't be a 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This can't be a 2. This could be a 3, 4, 6, 7, or an 8. What about this one? This one could be a 2 because it's only adjacent to 1 cell. Can't be a 3. It can't be a 4, 5. It could be 6, 7, or 8. Oh, God. This one has to be lower than the 3. It has to be a 1 or a 2. This one has to be... Wait. I don't know. Well, this one can't be 2 because it's adjacent to 2. It can't be 3. Could be 4. Can't be 5. 6. 7. Can't be 8. Could be 9. this also becomes a 4, a 7, or a 9. What next? The 1 or a 2, it couldn't be a 3, it could be a 4, can't be a 5, yes. Can't be a 6, can't be a 7. No, it could be a 7 if the adjacent digit is... I'm pretty sure the same digits go in here, but I'd like to take a second. Nope, nope, did not mean to press that. Now, if this was 7, both of these would have to be 1s. If this was 4, both of these would have to be 1s. If this was 7, there would be a lot of possibilities. Let's run through them. 7 is 1 plus 1 plus 5, 1 plus 2 plus 4, 1 plus 5 plus 1, right? 2 plus 1 plus 3, 2 plus 2 plus, no, 2 plus 1 plus, 2 and 1 and 4. There we go. 2 and 2 and 3. Okay. Well, that narrows that down a little bit. A little bit. Oh. Does it? Does it though? If this is 9. Then this could still be anything, huh? Yeah, why did I quote narrow it down unquote like that? I feel like my brain is being fried in real time now. Now that that was Aaron, I'm not mad at you, by the way. I am mad. Does that make sense? If this was 3, this would have to be 8 or higher. This can't be 3. If this was 3, this would have to be 8 or higher. This can't be 3. And it can't be 4 for the same reason. If this was 7, this would not be able to be 2. It would have to be 1. This would have to be 2. This would have to be 8. This would have to be 9. Does that give us anything else? Right, but this can never be 9 because it's on an arrow. Therefore, this can never be 7. Now, if this were 7, this would have to be 1. So that this could be 2. This would have to be 8 again. This would have to be... No. This would be impossible. Therefore, is the gist of it. But this is never 7. It's alright. It's alright. I am right about these being a 1, a 2, or a 6, though, right? Wait. They can never be a 2. It has to be a 1-6 pair. Because if it's 2, then the other one has to be 7, and blah, 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 blah. So that's nice, at least. Alright, what next? Well, we know that 9 can never go on the arrow. Still be 8. It'd still be 8. Oh, hold on. If this was 3, these would have to be a 1-2 pair. Right? This would have to be 1, this would have to be 2. And then the 3 becomes impossible. Right? If this is 3... Did I do that stupid? Did I do that stupid? This has to be a 1 or a 2. And this also would have to be a 1 or a 2. I did do that stupid, but I think there's something there? I have no idea. I have no idea what's there or not. Oh god, my brain hurts. If this was going to be a 6, these would have to be a 7-8 pair. Right? Which would force this to be a 2 or a 3. And force this to be a 1 or a 2. This would become a 2 necessarily. This would be a 3. This would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 1. This could no longer be an 8. Is there anything else wrong with that? Just don't think there is the thing. What if we try proving it in the reverse? What if we try saying, hey, this is a 1, this is a 6? That really doesn't put as much pressure on anything. It's really only interesting if it goes one way around but not the other. Aaron, can you please point me in some sort of direction? Something. Just something. This is 7, this would have to be 8, and that would be impossible. If this was 6, this would have to be 7 or higher, and that would be impossible. If this was 5, this would have to be 6 or higher, and that's impossible. 1 or a 2 or a 3. I'm very stuck. I'm very stuck. I don't know what to do. Like, okay, let's say this is 4. Right, then these become 1... These become 1-2 pairs, right? Oh, God. 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 Do we get anything else from that, though? This would have to be a 7 or a 9. This couldn't be a 1 or a 5. I'm a 1 or a 2. It'd have to be a 5 or a 7. If it was 7, this would have to be a 1. If it was 5, both of these would have to be 2. That would force this to be in the 1-2 pair as well. I really don't think that does shit, though. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. Aaron, I feel like you showed me out of the cave. You know... Hi, Smimo. Oh, hi, baby. That was such a cute little baby sound. Do you want to come up? Oh, you want to come up. Yay. Well, at least we got Smimo Cam. At least we have Smimo Cam. Hi, baby. You have such cute sounds. You have such a cute baby noise. My cute little baby noise maker. I'm not turning on the lamp anymore because, they just stare right at it. You know, no more brightly lit Smeem until I get a better light for them. For now, you just get the silhouette of a Smeem. It can't be good for their eyes, you know? If they were less stupid. Aaron, are you any further than this, though? And if so, do you have anything for me? Did you have fun with your zoomies, Smimo? Did you have fun with your zoomies? I hope so, babe. My brain hurt. Heard. Well, please let me know if you see anything that I'm missing. Please, 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 please. Please. Oh, wait, I see something. I think. I mean, I don't know that 9 can't go in here. Is the issue, actually. Never mind. God damn it. I thought I saw something, but I didn't. What all can this be? Right? I don't think it could be a 1 or a 2. And I'll tell you why. If this is 1, this has to be 2, these have to be 5 and 7. Right? At which point, these become 7 and 9 as well, which is just not possible. Now, is the same true for 2? If this is 2 and then this has to be 1, right? These become 5, 7, and these become 7, 9. Again, impossible. This can't be 2. Can't be 3. It could be 4. It could be 5. Can't be 6. It could be 7. Could it be 9? If this was 9, these would have to be 4 and 7. right? Neither of these would be able to be 7. It could be 9. It could be 9, I suppose. Okay. Okay, Smimo. Okay, Smimo. Okay, baby. Hi, Mo. Hi, Mo. We're just chilling while I'm struggling and suffering and my brain hurts. How are you doing, though? Are you doing okay? You having a good day? I hope so. Go ahead, Smimo. Oh, no. No, baby, don't go back there. No, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're having a decent night, though. What is the post, if I may ask? Also, Smimo is being a bug. Hi, my bug. Hello, my bug. Okay. I will check my DMs real quick. Real quick, like. Oh, it's pretty. That's a good post. Very good. Very, very normal brain response there. Oh, wait, hold up. This can't be a 2. I am tucking you in with my mind beams. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just like, what the fuck even do I do here, right? Oh wait, hold up. If this is 3, both of these become 2. This can't be 3. That's one thing at least. If this is 3, both of these become 2. This can't be 3. Okay, so that narrows 3 down into these 3 spots. Yeah, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. I'm doing it just very slowly. Very one step at a time. You know? Come on. Also, YouTube keeps glitching out. It's weird. Shit's fucking weird. Okay, though. So, what if this was 6? This would have to be 7. This would have to be an 8, 9. Right? This would have to be 3, this would have to be 2, this would have to be 2. This would have to be 5. This would become a 7, 8 pair, forcing this to be a 9. And forcing this to be an 8. This would not be able to be a 3. There's no way this is right. Cool. But what else could we infer from it? Could we infer literally anything else from it? Right, yes, this would have to be a 6, this would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 3, this would have to be a 6. Anything else? This would have to be a 1, because it would be the only remaining place it could go. This would have to be a 9. Oh wait, hold up, that's interesting. Yeah, it forces a 5-7 and 4-7 both into here. It takes a while to get there, but that does become a problem. But this is never a 6, basically. This has to be a 2 or a 3. And that makes this a 2-3 pair as well. Making this a 5-7 pair, and forcing this to be a 2. So that's, you know, one more little bit of digit placement. At least. At least it's something. Six, 7, 8. 6, 7, and 8. Uh, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5s go somewhere in here at some point. What else? What else can we get from this? Anything? Do we get anything from this at all? Oh wait, this 5-7 pair. Very silly of me. It's now a 6-8-9 triple, so that's something, you know? Okay, Smimo, you're being very silly. Also, Aaron, even if you can, like, tell me, hey, this can't be this, because try it, and it doesn't end up working out. Yeah, that's something. That's something, at least. Let's see, though. If this is 3, right? Which it's not. This is a 1, this is a 2. This is a 6, this is a 1. Mimo, you got big zoomies, baby. Let's see. This would be unable to be a 4. It would have to be a 6, 7, or an 8. This would be unable to be a 3. And this would be unable to be a 3 as well. Interesting. Okay, 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 okay. Basically, if this is a 3... Right. This has to be a 1, this has to be a 2, this has to be a 6. Neither of these can be 3s anymore. 3 becomes impossible in this square. Therefore, this isn't a 3. And that was because this was a 1 as well. This becomes a 6. This becomes a 1. 3 gets forced into here, 2 gets forced into here. It doesn't work the same way necessarily. Right? No, it does not. What about... What about if we force this to be 5? Right? If we force this to be a 5, this can no longer be a 6. Ow! Smimo, you're being a dick. Stinky. Stinky ass. Well, if this was an 8, this would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 6, this would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 7. Ow, Smimo. Stop it. This could not be a 3. This couldn't be a 3. Neither of these would be able to be a 1 anymore, which would force 1 into here. Anything else? Would anything else happen? I guess this would have to be a 9. I don't think anything else happens from that. Okay. Mimo, you're so zoomies. I'm leaving the door open, so they're like zoomies all the way down the hall and back. And they keep running over my foot when they come back in the room like a butthead. Aaron, please tell me you've got something. I'm just like, what the fuck do I even do at this point, you know? Like, I'm whittling here. Which arrow? Because there's 3 of them. This one? Okay. Heard. Well, let's see. If this was 4, this would have to be 2, 1, 1. This would have to be a 3. That's 7. This would have to be a 2. This becomes a 1, 6. This is the only place a 4 can still go. This becomes the only place a 5 can still go. This becomes the only place a 9 can go. And then we don't have enough digits. So this isn't a 4. This cannot be a 4. Again, because if this is 4, this has to be 1, 2, 1. Aaron, you're throwing me... Hold on a second. This becomes 1, 2, 1. What else happened? What else happened when we did that? Right. This becomes a 3, this becomes a 2. 3 is eliminated from these spots, this becomes a 1, 6. Moving 6 from these spots. Then 4 is impossible here. You got me there. Yeah, I see what you meant now. 4 is impossible there. What else happens though? 5. Does it break anywhere after that? Please. Please. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Fucking hell. It should break eventually, I just can't find where. I cannot for the life of me find where. You know? Well, hold up, hold up, something. 1 in this box. 1 in this box. Always goes in one of these 2 cells. 1 cannot go in here. 1 has to go here. Which also forces 2 into one of these 2 cells. And out of here, this has to be a 3. Fucking finally. This has to be a 2. This is a 1-6 pair. Four can only go here. What? Oh no, 4 is already there. LMAO. I made the same mistake twice. Either way, we have something. 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, and the 1, 6. Now this 1, 6 still clears a 6 out of here, right? Hi, Aaron. Hello, errands. Oh, I just need to run some errands. Now what next? 2 is in here, 4 is in here. I don't think this cell is ever 7. Is the thing, right? Oh no. Well, I spoke too soon. Well, why don't we look for why that could be, right? If this was 7, right? None of these are 7 now. This is a 2-5 pair. So this can no longer be 5. It has to be 9. Now neither of these can be 9. It becomes a 4-7 pair. That would force this to be an 8. This to be a 6-9 pair. 3, 8, 4, 7. All of this is checking out so far. But it has to break at some point. Right. But where? Hi, Smimo. Are you done with your big butthead zoomies? Okay, let's think. Why does this break? I don't know. I don't fucking know. What about this? Does this ever tell us anything more than what we have right here? Not really anything new than we already have, no. Well, hold on. This can't be 7. It has to be an 8 or a 9. So that's something. And this can't be 3. Yeah. This has to be a 1 or a 2. This has to be an 8. Alright. Okay. Sighs profoundly. I'm so brain. You know? I'm so brain right now. I'm so brain. I guess the next question is, what about this? Right? If it's a 4, it has to be a 1. If it's 7, what digits can add up to 7? 1, 2, becomes 3, that makes that a 4. Right? Um... 1 and 5 become 1. 7 ends up unused. Anyway, if it's 9, it's 1, 2, and 6, 1, 5, and 3, 1, 7, and 1. It's never going to be a 6 anyways. Right? This has to be a 1, a 3, or a 4. Right? Nine. Now, if this is 4, forces this to be 4 and this to be 2. Right? And then it becomes impossible. Because it adds up to 10 at a minimum. So this is never going to be a 4. This is never going to be a 4. So now it's either 2 and 1 make 4, and 5 make 7, 7 make 9, or 4 and 5 make 9. That's it. But this has to be a 1 or a 3. No other options available. So that's something at least. You know? Ah, shit. I gotta feed Smimo. I will be right back. I am back. Okay, back to numbers. Back to numbers. Oh boy. Hi, Aaron. I'm glad y'all are hanging out with me. Because this is rough. This is barking. Oh boy. What can we even do? If this is 7, this is 8. Hold up. If this is 7, this has to be 8. This becomes impossible. This can't be a 7. If this is 6, this is 1, this is 6, this is 1. This has to be a part of a 7-8 pair. I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about that. If this was 3, this would be 1. Hold up. If this was 3, this would be 1. This would have to be 2. This becomes impossible. This can't be a 3. Oof! Oof! Ooh! Mimo, I'm not letting you out of the room again. You have big zoomies, baby. You need to chill a little bit, my love. And that's something at least, you know? It's a little more narrowed down. I would like to draw the grid lines in because, you know, we know that this puzzle goes up to here at least. Even if we don't have any of it available yet. This can be a 1, can't be a 2. It could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if this was 8, then the cell below would have to be 9, and that would solve that 8-9 pair. What about this cell? 3... Could be a 4, could be a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have to believe that this isn't inconsequential, you know? Like, okay, let's say this were a 3. This would be 1, this would be 2. Right? And that becomes impossible. Does it? No. This becomes a 9. If this was a 3. But I don't think this... Yeah, this isn't a 3 for other reasons. This becomes a 3. 1, 2, 9... This is no longer a 9. I don't want to do it like that. I don't want to do it like that. What about this? If this is a 7. Right. This becomes part of an 8-9 pair. This becomes a 5, this becomes a 7. Right? Guess this could be a 7. So why could this not be a 1? I guess is the question. This would be a 1, this would be a 6, this would be a 6. This would be an 8. This would no longer be able to be a 4 or a 6. This would no longer be able to be a 5 or a 6. This becomes a 7, 8 pair. Both of them are forced to be 7s. Therefore, this can never be a 1. Okay, cool. If this was 1, this would become an 8. This would become a 6. This would become a 1. This could no longer be a 4 or a 6. This would be a 6. This would also have... Both of these would have to be 7s. This is never a 1. It has to be a 2. This has to be a 9. Cool. It took us a damn minute to get there, but we got there. By God, we got there. One in this box. Can never go here. It has to go in one of these two. This cell. Could be a 3, can't be a 4. Could be a 5, 6. Mimo, stop it. Stop it. Okay, you can go. You can go. Go ahead. Just stop trying to eat my papers. 3, 5, 6, 7, or an 8. Can't be a 1, 2, 3. It could be a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This can be a 1, can't be a 2. It could be a 3, 5, 6, 7. This can't be 1. It could be... Can't be 3. Could be 4. Could be 5. Could be 6. Could be 7. Can't be 8. Either way, 8 is in one of these cells. What next? The web continues to be tangled. But, you know, we're working on it. We're working on it. What about these? I know anything about these? If this was 7, this would have to be 8, this would have to be... Hold on. If this was 7, this would have to be 8, and this would have to be 9. Then this would have to be 5 or lower, because this would be 6. Couldn't be 1. It could be 2 if both of these were 1. But this is never going to be 1, so it couldn't be 2. It could be 3 if this was 1 and this was 2. I don't feel like we've proven anything here yet. Oh God, okay. If this was 8. Nothing. And this is never going to be a 4 at the very least. This can't be 2. Could be 3. 4, 5. Can't be 6, 7, 8, 9. What about this one? 1. Can't be 2. 3, 4, 5. 7, 8, 9. We know that this has to be a 1, 2, 3, or a 4. Right? 6 doesn't go in row 6, column 4 anymore. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 doesn't go in here anymore. Why does 6 not go in here? Ends up forcing 9 in 2 places in that box. Okay, so if this is 6, this has to be 1, this has to be 6. Where does it break? Seven, 8. Forces a 9 into here already. Where's the second place that it could go? It would have to go here if it broke like that. But I want to reach that conclusion first. This couldn't be 7 or 8 anymore. This would have to be a 4. This would have to be a 5. What next? Where does the break happen? Where does the break happen? This becomes a 1, 2, 3, 4. This can't be a 4. This can't be a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. This cell becomes impossible. I reached a different conclusion than you did. And I reached a different inconsistency than you did. Same conclusion. This cannot be a 6, it has to be a 1. Okay. This can no longer be a 3. Anything else that we know here? This has to be a 7, 8, or a 9. This can no longer be a 4. What else? What else? Is there anything else that we know yet? Let's say this was an 8. This would have to be a 6. This would have to be a 9. This would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 7. Is that all okay, though? Don't see why not. It doesn't break in a way that's, like, immediately noticeable. What about this? Can't be a 1, it can't be a 2. Because if it was 2, these would both be 1, and neither of these can be 1. If this was 3, have to be 1 and 2. It can't be. If this was 4, these would have to be 2 and 2 or 1 and 3. And they can't be. If this is 5, these would have to either be 1 and 4, which they can't be, or 2 and 3, which they can't be. If this was 6, if this is 6, these would have to be 1 and 5, can't be 1 and 5, 2 and 4, can't be 2 and 4, or 3 and 3. If they're 3 and 3, is that an issue? Does that break anything else? Yes, because this has to be a 1 or a 2 now, and it can't be. So this cannot be a 6. It has to be a 7 or an 8. Okay. Okay. Can't be a 9 for obvious reasons. If this were to be an 8. This would be a 6. Couldn't be 1 and 7 because no 1s. They couldn't be 2 and 5 because no 2s. And they couldn't be 2 and 6 because no 2s. They could be 3 and 5. Could they be 3 and 5? Well, the 5 would have to go here. And the 3 would have to go here. Then this wouldn't be able to be a 1, a 2, it could be a 3 or a 4. I don't see any reason why this couldn't be. The gist of it. But that's fine for now, you know? So this can't be a 1 or a 2. Be a 3, 4. If it's a 3, well, it's just 5, 6. Let's just say, right? It can't be a 7 because that would make that a 1. It can't be a 7. 3, 4, 5. If it's a 5, this is a 1, 2, or a 3. And this is a 2 or a 3. It can't be a 2. It would have to be a 3. If it's 4, this has to be a 3 or a 4. Which, okay, sure. If it's 3, the two numbers from 3 are 4 and 5. Meaning this has to be a 3 or a 4. Meaning that this has to be a... Could be 5 and 3, 4 and 4. 3 and 4. Three pairs up with either 4, 7, right? Or 5 for 8. 4 pairs up with either 3 for 7 or 4 for 8. I should write these down. Okay, so that doesn't quite give me anything yet, right? But it does tell me this can't be a 3. And this has to be, it can't be a 1 or a 2. It could be a 3, theoretically, right? But that would mean that this cannot be a 3, no matter what. It could still be a 4 if this is a 5, right? So now, the 3 pairs up with the 4, or the 4 pairs up with the 4. This is never going to be a 5, is it? It could be. It could be. Still, we're making progress. If this was a 5, this would have to be a 3, this would have to be an 8. Neither of these would be able to be a 4 anymore. Shit, I don't know. Resolves the 1, 3 in box 6. Oh yeah, this has to be a 3. Cool. Thank you. Which means this can no longer be a 4, which means this is the only place a 4 can go. Which means 4... 2, it's never going to be a 2, never going to be a 7. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 2. This has to be an 8. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 7. Cool, cool, cool. No, come on. Nice, Mimo. These of 1, 2, 4, 7, and 8. Right? This one can never be a 1, and it can never be a 2. It can never be a 4 because this can never be a 9. So this has to be a 7 or an 8. Right? This can never be a 7 or an 8 anymore. It can never be a 4 anymore either. It has to be a 1 or a 2. This can never be a 1, 2, or a 4. This is a 7, 8 pair. And this is a 1 or a 2. And this 1, 2 is a part of a triple, right, where neither 1 nor 2 can go here. So that means this is a 1, 2 pair, specifically. And then the question is, where does 4 go here? It has to go here. Scary progress, but progress. One has to go in here. Can't go here, it has to go here. Two can't go anywhere in any of these squares because of Sudoku. It has to go here. 3, 4. LMAO. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know which 4 and 1, 4 you're talking about anymore. My brain hurts. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. This can't be a 4. 4 has to be in one of these 3 cells. This is never going to be 9 or 8. Neither of these is ever going to be a 4. And they're never going to be 5s because that would force them both to be... Well, hold on. No, if this was 5, this could be 4, and this could be anything else. Could this be a 6? Right. If this was a 6, these would be 8 and 9. Right? Would force this to be a 5, and then would force this to be an 8 or a 9. So this is never a 6. Has to be a 4 or a 5. I feel like I'm missing something. Like, I feel like it is this fucking close to resolving everything, you know? I mean, this is never going to be an 8. That's first of all. Maybe Aubrey just likes numbers. Maybe your cat is a savant. Hold on. If this was 4, right, this would have to be 3, and then this wouldn't be possible. This can't be 4. This can't be 1, 2, 4, or 8. This can't be 1, 2, 4, or 8. These can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. These can't be 5, 8, or 9. I'm pretty sure they can't be 3 either, but let's check that real quick. If there was a 3 here, for instance, right? Would make this 4, this 6, this 7, this 5, this 6, this 8, this 7, this 8. This would have to be 4, this would have to be 5, and then this would have to be 9. Actually, it really is as simple as this becomes 4, this becomes 5, this becomes 4, this would become 9. Yeah. And I think the same thing happens here, right? If this is 3, both of these have to be 4. That makes this 5, and then 9. Yeah. And does the same thing happen here if this is 3? If this is 3, this becomes 4, this becomes 5. This becomes 3. This becomes 8, 6, 7, 5, 6, 8, 7, 8, not seeing any issues with that actually. This could be 3. One of these 3 solves is a 3. Wait, but also, 3 is locked into one of these. This can't be 3 anymore. This can never be a 1, 2, 6, or a 7, though. Ow, Smimo, can you be gentle, please? These can never be 2s or 9s. These can never be 2s or 4s. 2 has to go in one of these 2 cells, which cannot be 1s, 3s, or nor 9s. 9 has to go in one of these 3 cells. 2 in one of these. What next? What can we prove next? Aside from that, my knuckles pop very loudly. Hi, Smimo. Hi, baby. Well, this isn't a 3 anymore, actually. I forgot about checking that off. What's next? Hi, Smimo. Hello, Stinky Baby. Can you not? Please, and thank you. Oh, you just want out again. Go ahead. Go ahead. You really need to learn how to crack the door open yourself, Smimo. You have pause. It is open. It's just, I feel like 7 can never go on one of these. I don't know why. If 7 goes here, 8 goes here, right? 5 can no longer go here. 8 can no longer go here. 7 nor 8 can go here. 7s can't go here. Neither of these can... Well, yeah, neither of these can be 6. This couldn't be 8 anymore. This couldn't be 7 anymore. I don't know. I don't know where to go next with this. If there's a 7 in this row, right, there can no longer be a 7 here. This would have to be an 8 or a 9, right? So this would have to be a 6 or a 7. Right, let's just say that one of these is a 7. Then, neither of these can be a 7 anymore. This would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 7. 5, 6, 9. This is a 7. This would have to be a 6. This would have to be a 5, a 4. Then both of these are forced to be 3s. Okay. So yeah, there can never be a 7 here. What about 6s? I don't know. Let's ask if the 7 can still go here. If the 7 goes here, 6, 4... Oh, yeah. If the 7 goes here, right? This has to be a 6, this has to be a 4, and then both of these have to be 3s. This can never be a 7. One of these has to be the 7. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. So if this is 4, this can never be 6. Right? Let's ask, can this be 4? Don't see a reason why it couldn't. I get it. Oh, yeah, it would break the Dark Soul. If this was 4, this would have to be 3, and then this Dark Soul would be broken. Okay. So this is a 6-7 pair. Which is incredibly useful for a multitude of reasons, namely that it resolves this, but also I don't want to forget that it also removes 6 and 7 as possibilities here. So this has to be a 3, this has to be a 4. This has to also be a 4. This has to be an 8, this has to be a 3. None of these can be 8s anymore. None of these can be... This has to be a 6, 5, 7... 6-8 pair removes 6 and 8 from here, making this a 5-9 pair. This is now an 8-9 pair. Ay, no. Oh my god, it's an 8. It's an 8. This is a 6. This is an 8. This is a 4. A 1-3 pair. This is a 7. This is an 8. A 6, 5, 6, 7. No. This is a 2 or a 4. None of these are 2s or 4s. No 8s here. This has to be a 5. This has to be an 8. This has to be a 9. This 5-6 pair forces this to be a 4. This has to be a 5 now. What else? I mean, I should probably redo these entirely. Right. This one, for instance, could be a 1, can't be a 2, could be a 3, can't be a 4. 5 is possible, 6 is not, 7 is the max. And this row, 1, no 2, 3, no 4, 5, 6, 7, no 8 or 9. And this is a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Where 9 goes in one of these 2 cells specifically. Next up, the 1s here, because of this 1-2 pair. 3s are possible, no 4s. 5, 6, 7, 9, sure. This one can't be a 5. This one can't be a 3. One, 2, 4, 5, 8. Leaves 3, 6, 7, 9. Nope. 7, 9 remaining. None of these is gonna be a 6. Oh, wait. Really? This has to be a 6. What are you doing? What are you doing? 3, 7, 9. Like, okay. 3, 7, 9. Simple. This is never going to be a 9. What else? What else? This is never going to be a 3. Great. It was never going to be a 3 anyway. This is never going to be a 3. This becomes a 7-9. This becomes a 3. Neither of these can be 3s now. Hi, baby. Are you finally down to lay? Are you finally ready to lay down, Smimo? You finally ready to spend some time with your mama? Sweet little baby. 1, 2, 6, or a 7. Those are the only digits left. And this could basically only be an 8 or a 9. Because it has to pair up with this. Alright, what next? What can we do next? Because there's something left for us to tangibly grasp. Right? But what is it? I feel like it has to do with this square, but I can't prove it. If this was a 7, this would be a 9, this would be a 7. I didn't like that. Sudoku resolves the 2-4 pair in box 1. Oh yeah. Cool. This can no longer be a 9, meaning this has to be a 9. And this has to be an 8. Meaning this has to be a 9, meaning this has to be an 8, meaning this has to be a 6, 7. No 6 here. No 1 here. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm missing something really simple. I know I'm missing something really simple, and it's frustrating me. One is in one of these two. What is it? What is it? What is it? Come on. It's some real simple, just I'm not seeing it because of the bullshit. Where's 9 in here? Has to be in one of these two. It's not here, it has to be. Don't know how I didn't have it marked before. But it's fine. Let's see. This is never going to be a 1. If it's a 2, this is a 1, and this is impossible, so this has to be a 6. Five, 5, 1, 6. 3 7 pair, 1 3 pair. This has to be a 2. What else? What else? Everything is right so far. If this is a 3, this has to be a 7. This would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 3. I see no issue with it. One's already in the left column. Thank you. It's literally just the fact that the Sudoku checking doesn't work with the Fog of War that makes it just very difficult. You plugged in the Akari lantern into the generator, and its energy has cleared the fog from much of the castle. Which is pretty damn cool, I think. Like, watch. Like, look at that. That makes so much of the previous shit we were doing solvable. It's pretty neat. So now, we got to go back. We get to go back and wrap some previous grids up. At least a little bit. Do we have the red lines yet? No, we only have the blue lines right now. Either way, this has to be a 6. This has to be a 7. I know not to fuck with the Hall of Illusions yet. I won't say why, but just don't fuck with it yet. One 4 pair. This can no longer be a 7. This can neither of these can be 3s anymore. 5 7 9. This is a 6. What else? Right. Where can 7 go? 5, 7, or 9. Therefore, has to be 7. Both of these have to be 5s. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 3. 5, 9, 3, 6, 7, 2, 9, 5, 7, 9. No 5s here, no 9s here. This has to be a 5, 6, 5, 8, 9, 8, 6, 7, 9. It is so satisfying. 4, 7, 3. And we are left there on this, unfortunately. On this grid, we are locked until we're able to break into the Hall of Illusions, which, do not try it. Just trust Lily. Don't try it. Now this Scrypeeper sees 1, 2, 3. So this is 3. And this is also 3. And bada bing bada boom, we get a secret puzzle that I'm not doing yet. One thing at a time. This 1 3 pair would cancel out anything else. Emote, that was really funny. this is never going to be a 2 because of the German whisper line. It has to be a 6. This has to be a 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 9, 2, 5, 7, 4, 8, 7, 8, 9, 3, 1. That is another grid down. What is grid 4? Right, the battlements is grid 4. Boo! Alright, well, we can do a hidden puzzle in the meantime. Right? Okay. Let's do the hidden puzzle. These digits are going to be the same. 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 And these digits are going to be the same. Right? So this is never going to be 4, because then this would have to be 4, and the Scribe Peeper would immediately break. If this was 3, this would have to be 3, and the Scribe Peeper would break. If this was 2, this could be 2, and then this would have to be 4. Right? If this is... Hold up. Okay. If this is 4, this would have to be 4. Scribe Peeper breaks. If this is 3, this has to be 3. Scribe Peeper breaks. If this is 1, this would have to be 4. Scribe Peeper breaks. This has to be 2. And this has to be 2. And this has to be 4. Meaning, this has to be 1 and 3. This has to be a 1 or a 3. These have to be 2 and 4. This has to be a 2 or a 4. It can't be a 4. It has to be a 2. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 4. This becomes a 1 and 3 pair as well. 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3. These could still really be anything, but it's gonna be 2. Right? Which is going to force this to be 3, this to be 1, 3, 2 again. This can be 1 or 2 still. This can be 1 or 4, right? But it has to be 1. This has to be 4. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Easy peasy. And if you see over here, Serpent is... Well, hold up. What was this one again? 1, 2, 3. This has to be it. Serpent is done. We found and solved a hidden puzzle. Really quickly, because I do a lot of 4x4 Sudoku with stupid rules. They're like the #1 way that I test to see if new Sudoku rules work. Like, I posted a Sudoku bounty that no one has solved, that I still don't know if it's even possible to solve. And who knows, maybe one day someone will figure it out. You know? Maybe one day. Well, Smimo could solve it, but they wouldn't want to because they're a stinky little baby. I'm a stinky little baby. Hello, my stinky... Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet now that you're all tired. When did we meet the caretaker? I don't remember meeting the caretaker. When the fuck did we meet the caretaker? Does anyone remember when we met the caretaker? Huh. Okay, well. Either way, I guess we have the collectible coins now too, so that's neat. And we should in fact be keeping track of those. Because they'll come back up to bite us in the ass later. But not yet. I guess we don't have to keep track of them yet. We can count them later. It's fine. Eight. Oh. Okay, I can go back. Where was I? Yeah, there we go. Alright, gasps the man, you've caught me. Please just let me live. He sees your confusion and his terror and begins to calm down. The man explains that he is the caretaker of the castle, and that shortly after it materialized, a group of masked figures came in and grabbed most of its staff. I only escaped because I was in here, well, looking for collectible coins, he says, sheepishly. He gives you a worn pamphlet from his pocket. You open it to find an infographic explaining how row and column indexing work. Scrawled on the back, it reads, "Watch out for snakes." Oh boy. So, the collectible coins though, right? Basically says, hey, this 7, there's 7 of these. There's 7 coins marked with 7. There's 6 coins marked with 6. 9 coins marked with 9. 5 coins marked with 5, so on and so forth. It's pretty neat. It doesn't really help us until way later on. For now, though... Oh boy. More of this. Yay! Alright, where can 4 go in here? It's not going to be in 3, that's for damn sure. Two, 4, 5, 7. Yeah, those all do look like valid places for a 4. Now, the next issue is that 5 isn't going to go on here, meaning neither of these is going to be 4. Right. Now, if this was 6, it would cause both of these to be 1. It's not 6. If this was 1, it would cause this to be 6, which it can't be. If this was 7, it would cause this to be 2, this to be 9, this to be 4, and this to be 4. Which I suppose is okay. Right. This can't be 7, though. This can't be 7. If this is 4, both of these would be 9. This can't be 4. If this was 4, this would be 9. Right, yeah, we already did that. Could this be 9? This would have to be 3, and then that would have to be 2. No, this cannot be 9. Hmm. If this was 4, this would have to be 3. This would have to be 9, and then this would have to be 2, which is impossible. This cannot be 4. It's either 2 or 7. Meaning this cannot be 3. It's either 2 or 4. Now, if this is 7, I mean, if this is 2, this is 9, this is 3, this is 4, therefore this cannot be 2, this has to be 7, this has to be 2, this has to be 9, this has to be 4, this has to be 4, these aren't 4 nor 7 anymore, they're a 2-9 pair, which also gets rid of the 2 here, forces this to be a 3, this to be a 7, no 4 or 7 here, 2, 4 or 9 here, no 7 here, no 2, 3, 4, nope, there could be a 3, that's my bad, no 2 or 4 here though, no 2, 3 or 4 here, this is a 3, 5, 9 pair now, which forces this to be a 7, none of these is a 2, this is a 1, 5, 8 pair. None of these is an 8. This is a 3, 6 pair. This is a 4, 8 pair, which gets rid of 8 from here. This is a 3, 5, 9 pair. This is a 2. 4, 5 pair pushes the 2 into here. 1, 8. No more 8 here. Everything's right? Yeah, everything's right so far. What else? What else? Do we have anything else immediately evident? I hate working in the fog. I hate working in the fog. I really would rather not. This isn't going to be a 6. This isn't going to be a 1 or a 5. Oh, good night, Mo. I hope you sleep well. Five, 6, no 7, could be an 8 or a 9. No 6 here, no 2 here, no 1 or 5 here. No 3 or 6 across the entire row, actually. What else? What else can we do? Aaron, are you seeing anything that I haven't marked yet, at least? Sorry, are you seeing anything that I have marked yet? Actually, would be a better question. This one can't be a 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Has to be a 3, a 4, or a 9. This one. 1, 2, 5, 7, or 8. This one can't be a 1, 5, 7, or an 8, or a 6. I just feel like I'm missing something with, like, default Sudoku at the moment, you know? And that worries me. Because from what I can tell, the rest of this has to be default Sudoku. So none of these is going to be 1. None of them are going to be 2 or 6, no matter what. This one's not going to be a 5. None of these are going to be a 6. Yeah, no, by default. 4 or 9. These aren't going to have the 7 in it. These aren't going to have the 8, 3, or the 7 in them. Come on, come on, come on. There's something. There's something real shrimple I'm not seeing. Oh wait, 4 has to be in one of these two then. Because that's the only place in the row that they can go. One's gotta go in here somewhere. 2's already set. 3's have gotta go somewhere, but we don't really know where yet. 4's have gotta go in here. 5's, what about 5? They're pretty locked down tight, completely honest. Sixes don't. This is the no. It's not. God damn it. Well, this can't be a 6. Meaning this is a 3, 7, 8. Right? Yeah, this can't be a 6. So this has to be a 3, 7, 8. This can't be a 2, LMAO. This has to be a 9? Yeah. This has to be a 4, which shows us where the boss cell is. Cool. This has to be a 2, this has to be a 9. Not be a 2. Can we solve anything more right now? This can't be a 9. This can't be an 8. Can't be a 7. This can't be a 5. Because there's no valid additive candidates that happen. Right, if this was 5, it would add up to 6, 8, or 10. If this was 5, it would add up to 8 or 13. It cannot be. Don't think this can ever add up to 5. No, it cannot. This is either 4 or 9. Meaning this is never going to be a 3, this has to be a 1. I want to see how far we can get without doing the boss puzzle. 3, 6 pair pushes 3 out of here. There's no longer a 4 here. This has to be a 2. Let's do a little bit of bifurcation. Nope. Let's do a little bifurcation here. If this is 4, this would be 9. No. If this is 9, this would be 4. This would be 4. This would be forced to be 9. This could no longer be 9. This would have to be a 5. This would have to be a 3. This would have to be a 9. This would have to be a 3. Where would the next error? Damn. Don't think we can bifurcate it. I think it is well enough designed that we would have to do the boss puzzle. Which we can at least look at it. You know? Finally, the library awaits. Surely the secret of Sudoku lies within one of its many tomes. In your excitement, you've almost forgotten why you were so daunted by this castle at first, until a horrendous scraping sound fills your ears. You look up from the Joy of Snyder notation in time to see the tail of a gigantic serpent vanish between the shelves in the distance. Oh no. You move quickly to avoid letting the snake touch you, even diagonally. So this one is kind of a pain, but it's pretty fun. We're not going to do it tonight. Right. Because I've been going for 7 hours, and I would only have 30 minutes left before midnight, which is usually when I try to call it. When I try to call it, not always when I do call it, but I'm tired. Oh man. This puzzle has Sudoku rules. Killer cages. The gray circles contain odd digits. Column indexing. And a snake. Draw a 1-cell-wide snake in the grid. It moves orthogonally and does not branch or touch itself even diagonally. The head and tail of the snake are the 2 gray circles in box 6. The snake does not enter cages, every digit on the snake is odd, and every codex cell that ever indexes itself is on the snake. So the snake starts and stops here. Never enters a cage, right? never enters a cage. Head and tail, doesn't matter which is which. Right? It moves orthogonally, and it never touches itself, even diagonally. So these would never be a part of the snake, basically. Yeah, it's pretty fun. And if this, for instance, was 5, then this would be a part of the snake. Now, there is a interesting little trick to this one, right? Like a mathematical theorem kind of dealio, right? Like, we know, right? We know that each of these says, hey, where's the 1, right? So each of these needs to be a part of a different set of 3, right? One of them is going to be 1, 2, 3. One of them is going to be 4, 5, 6. The other one's going to be 7, 8, 9. We don't know which is which, but we know that's true for all 3 of these digits, right? Whatever this one points to, this one is going to point to a different one, and this one's going to point to the last remaining one. It's an interesting bit of logic. I'm pretty sure that there's like straight up a name for it, and I'm pretty sure it was the 159 rule, right? And that it's its own type of puzzle in its entirety, right? But again, we're not solving this tonight. You know? Ugh, I'm just taking a brief look. We know that every digit that every codex that indexes itself is on the snake, right? That's another thing that we know. And we know by virtue of the columns, right, that the numbers 1 through 9 will appear in here, meaning one digit here will index itself. One digit in here will index itself, and one digit in here will index itself. Right? But that will only happen once per column. Right? But that also means that the snake will pass more than one book on the column. On the column, right? So the snake's never going to go here, because then it would have to turn around and back over itself, right? Meaning the snake has to pass through here. Or through here. Right. No, it won't pass through here because every digit on the snake needs to be odd. So it's not going to pass like this. It does, in fact, need to pass like this. Now, we don't know whether or not it passes through like this, right? Or like this. But we do know that this is always going to be odd, right? So regardless, it is going to go through here. And then the next thing that we know is that 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, there's only 5 odd digits. So it's never going to go like that. Right, so the question then is, does it go like this, or that? it's interesting, you know? Hi. Oh, it's going. I'm not going to be going for much longer, unfortunately. I'm sorry that you hopped in now. But, I'll at least, like, say, hey, hi. Sorry, I've been going for 7 hours. Sudokuvania. Sudokuvania is my favorite Sudoku of all. Well, the hardest Sudoku I've ever played. Not necessarily my favorite Sudoku. There is one that's very elegant, right? It's basically a Metroidvania Sudoku. This is the main map, right? As you solve, more Fog of War comes undone, more rules are revealed, right? And you occasionally, in each grade, get a boss puzzle, right? Where we are currently on the library boss puzzle. This cell here, right? So you click here when you're ready to play the library boss puzzle, and this link takes you to this puzzle. It's pretty insane. I've solved it before, just with copious amounts of guidance. So I've been working my way through doing it, more independently, you know? Because the first time it took me 300 hours. Or more. I don't really know. Because the timer broke. It is pretty fucking fun, though. And it gets pretty silly with, like, solving the title. You know? But it's a really fun game, and I really recommend it. Like, today we did, good portion of this whole area, the boss puzzle here, you know, and some cleanup in various places, and a hidden puzzle. It's pretty good. It's a pretty damn well-made puzzle. There are bits of it that are really frustrating, but I know that Skeptical Mario is working on an easier version as well. The easier version might already be out. But I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. Either way. Well, shit. Yeah. 825 minutes into the main puzzle. Not including the 79 minutes in this puzzle, 84 minutes in this puzzle, 83 minutes in this puzzle, 65 in this one, 108 in this one, or whatever other... I was playing mahjong. Whatever other boss puzzles there are. How many boss puzzles have we done? We've done 5. This is 1, 2, 3... Oh, wait. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. So, 825 plus 6 minutes plus 79 plus 83 plus 65 plus 108. I don't know how many minutes that is. I couldn't tell you. A good damn puzzle, though. Either way, I do need to call it, right? Because we've reached a really bad place to, like, keep going, right? Because it's either I start tackling this and keep going for another 3 hours, which I cannot do, or we stop here. So, MedJ, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you came in right at the very end. But, hey, streaming tomorrow, you know. Gonna continue my first playthrough of Dark Souls. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun after this. At least it won't hurt my brain. You know? No puzzles. No puzzles, at the very least. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just tired. I had 7 hours of numbers. Either way, I'm going to shoot y'all over to my friend Oleski. Yeah. Sorry, I realize you're joking. I'm too tired to understand jokes. That's been fun. It's been fun. You'll see Super Sonic Sunday listed. That's I've been playing through every single Sonic game in chronological release order. I don't recommend it. Alright, I hope to see y'all tomorrow or whenever. And I hope y'all have a good rest of your nights, you know? Goodbye! Goodbye!